Phone, group chat, smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time, no waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as
92.7 FM at 1420 AM, ESPN Honolulu. University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu. Presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods. It's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life. Brought to you in part by
Hawaii Pacific Health, Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, IBEW Local 1186, the Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Association, Motogen Medical, Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup, Ushijima Architects, Young's Fish Market, HGEA, Lex Brody's Tire Company, Napa Auto Parts, Waiakea Water, Castle Resorts and Hotels, Dial Electric Supply, Abbey Carpet and Floor, Hardware Hawaii, Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, H-Camp, Spectrum, and the Hawaii Building and Construction Trades Council.
All right, we're going a little bit later than normal tonight, but Hawaii and Wichita State rekindling what used to be an old rivalry between these two schools back in the day of Gene Stevenson and Les Murakami. These two well-known programs, Hawaii and Wichita State, getting ready tonight to go here from Manoa. 7:35 first pitch, given some of the equipment challenges that Wichita State has had here in their travels here to Hawaii. That hasn't been the only challenge for the Shockers. Unfortunately, a 1-2 start, losing the first two games of their 2025 season to McNeese. Not a lot of challenges early for Hawaii starting out its campaign with a 4-0 mark. Welcome upstairs. I'm Josh Pacheco. Scott Robbs will join me coming up in a little while. We'll have a special guest, Scott Carl, who will join us in the second inning. It is Legends Weekend. We just saw the former Hawaii pitcher throw out the first pitch to tonight's game. Let's talk about these equipment issues. Wichita State, they had to kind of stagger their travel here to Hawaii, and in doing so, it seemed like the one thing that didn't make it outside of the people were things like jerseys and bats and other pieces of equipment, and so Hawaii was alerted to that earlier today. Both Coach Hill and Brian Green, a former Hawaii assistant, had decided, we'll try. We hope to get all the gear in, but with that, we're going to move back first pitch an hour to kind of hope for that. As we would learn, they're hoping the equipment just landed. I think the last time they heard was 7:21 was when things were supposed to land at the airport. So maybe some of that stuff arrives while the game is going on. But as far as we know, the agreement being that Wichita State has some of its jerseys, and they're using the jersey allotment that they have. So, some guys either don't have jerseys or they might have to wear a used one if they come into the game. There are some number changes that we're following along with. And they will use some of Hawaii's bats, etc. But they have their gloves. They have some of their other gear. Just some of the important stuff isn't necessarily here. So we'll be watching to see if one of those team vans, because they got here on vans, not on buses, but if one of those team vans starts flying down from the Waialae exit and right down to the first base side of the stadium, then we'll know what it's carrying on its way in. Let's get you the batting order. Wichita State wearing white. Looks a little more creamish. Shockers across the front, numbers and letters in black. with black caps and the Wichita State Shockers logo on the front of the hats. The batting order for Brian Green: Camden Johnson's the shortstop. He will lead off. Center fielder Caleb Duncan hits second. Jaden Gustafson in left field will hit third. Jordan Rogers cleans up in right field. Batting fifth at second base is Josh Livingston. Cam Durnan, the designated hitter, will bat sixth. Hitting seventh is first baseman Ryan Callahan. Cole Dillon behind the plate will bat eighth. And hitting ninth is the third baseman Jordan Black. We'll set up Hawaii's defense as both coaches and our three-man umpiring crew continue to talk and go over the ground rules here. Hawaii's starter will be Sebastian Gonzalez, who did not have his greatest of nights on opening night last Friday. Gonzalez, 2 2/3 innings, an ERA of 13.5 with 3 strikeouts and 2 walks. And a walks, hits, innings pitched of 3. We'll tell you more about Gonzalez here in a moment. The Hawaii defensive alignment from left to right: Ben Ziegler, Namoa, Matthew Miura, Jared Quant, left to right. Third to first, you've got Draven Nushida, Elijah Iquez, Shunsuke Sakaino, and Aiden Cooney. Behind the plate is Connor Palmera for the starter Gonzalez. And if you missed our pregame show a little over an hour ago, you may have heard the injury update on Jordan Donahue with the hammock bone injury that was suffered on opening night. Donahue will undergo surgery tomorrow on that injury and is expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. So that's the update on the injury front. You got to wonder kind of what's in the head of Wichita State. This is going on the road is never easy. Making the trek across the Pacific to Hawaii makes it a little more difficult. And then you add on the third part of that, which is, well, some of our stuff's not here. And when you're talking about 19 to or 18 to 21, 22, 23, 24-year-olds, and you put that equation together, it is certainly a mental test, let alone the physical test against a good Hawaii team. That test is certainly not easy given the way Hawaii has played so far this year. But then you add that mental test of trying to block some of that stuff out, and that creates, I think, the next part of it. How do you kind of get all of that out and just play ball? That, I think, is going to be the really fascinating part of this story that the first few innings will tell us a lot about with these two teams, and especially Jeremiah Arnett, who's not really a starter. He pitched in relief when a couple of innings last Friday against McNeese, allowed 3 runs on 2 hits with 2 strikeouts. And he's a sophomore. He's not accustomed to necessarily the bright lights and being on this kind of stage. He's only made, prior to tonight, just 1 start. So Arnett will be making his second career start tonight. So what will it be like for him as we go? I'm looking across the way, and I don't know if it is just me, but this umpiring meeting is taking a little bit longer than it normally does. I think what are we clocked in, like 6-7 minutes for this umpiring meeting? This is taking forever, with first pitch slated for a minute ago. And you kind of wonder what it is exactly that is kind of made this go on as long as it has. And finally, handshakes between coaches and umpires, and Rich Hill points out to his defense and says, hey, you guys are good to go to get on the field. And Hawaii does. The Bows wearing green, numbers and letters in white. Hawaii scripted across the front. White pants, the green caps with the Tapa H logo in the front. Let's tell you a little bit about Sebastian Gonzalez, who had the best ERA of any returning pitcher last year at 3.19 on a team that had an ERA that was the best in the nation, wrapping up the 2024 season at 3.78. Gonzalez, one of those holdovers with a lot of potential that you could argue in his 2 2/3 innings, you saw a little bit of his youth kind of on display there. Maybe there were a few calls he didn't like. Pal Eldridge said it best a little earlier on at the television pregame show that maybe the umpires were in his head a little bit more than they should have been. But you get that first opening night start out of the way, and you heard Rich Hill talk about it. You know, what do you say between then and now? And you just kind of remind him, as Coach Hill said in our pregame show, that, you know, it's called a ball because the umpire said it's a ball. There's nothing you can really do about that going forward. So, like he used the football equation, it's pass interference because the referee said it was pass interference. So you have to live by that, and you have to move on. And that's the kind of message that ultimately has to be sent when you're a pitcher on the mound. Control the controllables. That's the phrase that Rich Hill always uses, control the controllables. And that is never more important than to a starting pitcher that can find himself in a little bit of a jam. And Gonzalez at times was in that kind of a jam. I look back, I mean, that first inning, he was good. He gave up a double, struck out 2. But once he gave up a couple of home runs and then got himself in a little bit of a jam, giving up 3 consecutive hits, everything just got a little bit out of sorts for him. And he had to figure out how to recover, and ultimately he could not. Tonight's first pitch is brought to you by Motogen Medical. They have treatments used to elevate pain and help heal joints naturally. Go to MODOGEN.com and sign up for a free evaluation. This is not a big crowd tonight, given the delay, this game being pushed back an hour, but we're just about ready, and Camden Johnson steps into the left-handed batter's box, and Gonzalez, the lefty, ready to go here from Les Murakami Stadium. First pitch is away. It is a fastball right down the middle for a strike, and we're underway. First pitch time at 7:39, 75 degrees, mostly clear. Beautiful night here in Manoa. The 0-1 to Johnson. Fastball, this one ripped into the seats, fouled left. Ooh, that hit a light. That hit a light, and it cracked the lights. We could hear that. We could see that from up here. It smashed a light, and you saw it flicker, and then it went out. Whoa. No balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch to Johnson is a fastball up and away. He didn't need fireworks. He just needed something to break. Johnson, team's leading hitter, 500 with a home run and 7 RBI. The 1-2 to the lefty. Fastball misses away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Good on the Spectrum, folks. They caught that on camera. They caught that light just flash and then die. 2-2. Is a chopper past the mound. Second baseman Sakino to his right. Has it. Throws to first. It bounces toward first, but Cooney kept his foot on the base, is able to pick it up and record the out, 1 away. We'll remind you of the Hawaii defense. Ziegler, Namoa, Miura, Quant left to right. Nushida, Iquez, Sakino, Cooney third to first. Palmera catching for Gonzalez. Here is Caleb Duncan. Duncan still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 12. Hitting from the right side against the lefty Gonzalez, and the first pitch is away. It is a fastball just a tad high, ball 1. Gonzalez will go 88 to 91 with his fastball. He's got a slider, and he's got a changeup. 1-0. Fastball in on the hands, fouled back to the screen. 1 ball and 1 strike. Quiet night tonight in the Big West. CSUN got demolished today at home by BYU 19-3 to open up that series. 1-1. Fastball above the letters, 2 balls and a strike. That's not a fun way to set some history there at Matador Field with the first ever game played under the lights there in Northridge. 2-1 pitch from Gonzalez. A fastball, getting on the hands and tick back foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, I think you can tell with the late start that might have kept some fans away a little bit. Thursday wasn't expected, I don't think, to be a great crowd. It's a weeknight. A little harder with a 7:35 start. 2-2 is fought off and foul. This will go to the seats to right, and no, that did not break a light. That fell into section GG, it looks like, in a souvenir for someone. 2-2. No score here in the top of the first. Gonzalez peering over his glove, turns, kicks, and fires. Fastball, strike three, called on the inside half. Duncan strikes out looking, 2 down at the top of the first. Gonzalez's 4th strikeout on the season. 2 down, nobody on, no score, top 1. Here's Jaden Gustafson, 182 hitter coming in with the double and has struck out a pair of times. Gustafson hits from the left side. Hawaii goes somewhat extreme on its shift to the right as Gustafson shows bunt, pushes it back and foul. Pushing down a bunt, or trying to, because pretty much most of the left side of the infield is open. Iquez playing it short is still where he is. Third baseman Nushida is playing behind second on the first base side. So you have 3 infielders on the right side. 0-1. This is line foul. That will go into the seats. Right to a group of fans sitting in level G. Here in the upper level. And it's no balls and 2 strikes. You kind of like the idea, though. If the majority of the left side of the infield has nobody there, why not try to bunt it? See if you can get yourself on that way. 0-2. Gonzalez, big deep breath, now delivers. A swing and a miss, struck him out. Fastball up and out of the zone. Gustafson strikes out. Gonzalez's fans 2. And after 1/2 of an inning, it's Wichita State 0, Hawaii coming to the plate. This is Hawaii Baseball After Dark on ESPN Honolulu.
Here's Dr. Sean Giancaterino with a heart health tip from Hawaii Pacific Health.
Heart disease is one of the leading causes of death for men and women, but prevention is key to reducing your risk. Take charge of your heart health by maintaining a healthy diet, exercising regularly, and monitoring risk factors like blood pressure, cholesterol, and your family history of heart disease to live healthier.
To learn more, visit hawaiipacifichealth.org/heart centers.
Building a winning program requires vision, careful planning, and expert execution. Since 1994, Ushijima Architects has provided the highest quality professional planning and design services for various projects throughout our state. Our highly experienced team provides the full spectrum of services, from feasibility studies and master plans to complete architectural design work. Call us today at 808-946-9544. Ushijima Architects is a proud sponsor of University of Hawaii Baseball.
Aloha, this is Stan Mahilona from Sports Stan. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
We go to the bottom of the first inning. Wichita State 0, Hawaii coming to the plate. And let's set Rich Hill's batting order, brought to you by Dial Electric Supply. They see the light. Matthew Miura, the Hawaii center fielder, leading off, followed by second baseman Shunsuke Sakaino. Elijah Iquez at short, hitting third. The cleanup hitter is left fielder Ben Ziegler-Namoa. Itsuki Takimoto is the designated hitter, batting 5th. In right field, hitting 6th is Jared Quant. Draven Nushida in the 7 hole. He's playing at third base. At first base is Aiden Cooney, batting 8th. And Connor Palmera behind the plate will hit 9th. And they will face Jeremiah Arnett, right-handed sophomore from Waco, Texas, making his second career start. Arnett last week in relief against McNeese. 2 innings, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 2 hits, and 2 strikeouts. He is still looking for his first career win. 0-1 last season with a save in 11 appearances. He is not someone who has pitched a lot. I mean, he had just we didn't mention the 11 appearances, but a freshman year, you don't get a lot of runs, Scott Robbs, and so he's hoping for an elevated role this year. And a team that hasn't started out very well, 1-2, they'd love to get a couple of good innings out of him.
Yeah, it's after one weekend, though. And talking to Brian Green, he said McNeese State was pretty good, actually. They're picked to finish second in the American Conference, and Arnett, he said would be maybe equal to a midweek guy. He said he's probably our 5th or 6th starter, but we'll probably get some starts for those midweek Tuesday games that most teams are able to play except Hawaii, because we don't have any other colleges around here, unless they play a D2 school like they have been.
And Wichita State is going to play Chaminade on Monday.
Here.
Yeah, that's right.
Murakami Stadium at 2 o'clock.
That's a cool thing. Matthew Miura leading off for Hawaii against the righty Arnett. Tall, lanky guy. First pitch fastball is down low, 1 ball, no strikes. Miura coming in, hitting .368, 5 runs driven in after his All Big West honorable mention season a year ago. 1-0 is breaking ball off the plate away, 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, I think it's kind of apropos that Hawaii and Wichita State are starting at 7:30, because for years and years and years, Wichita State would play in the Rainbow Easter Tournament, which is like an 8-team tournament, which would start at like 9 in the morning and last past midnight. I'm not kidding. And there were games that started 9, 10 o'clock at night back then.
2-0. In on the hands. This is driven out to center field. Moving back is Duncan. Stops himself, settles, and makes the catch for out number 1. That will bring Shinsuke Sakaino to the plate. The defensive alignment for Wichita State. Left to right, Jaden Gustafson, Caleb Duncan, Jordan Rogers. Infield left to right, it's Jordan Black, Camden Johnson, Josh Livingston, and Ryan Callahan. Cole Dillon is catching for the righty Arnett. Sakaino, who was the hero in Game 3 of last weekend's series. The second baseman looks at the first pitch changeup down low. 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, he had 7 RBIs in that weekend series against Marshall. Big West Field Player of the Week. Pretty big impact in his first weekend as a Bow.
As the pitcher steps off, not even that much of a surprise. I think if kind of knowing his accolades coming in. 1-0 is a breaking ball driven out toward right center field. Duncan's on the run. This one's going to land at the track and 1 hop off the fence. Sakaino hustling into second base. He gets there with a 1-out double, his 4th 2-bagger of the early season, and Hawaii's got a man in scoring position.
Well, Josh, I said after Game 1, he didn't start the opener against Marshall, but I said, I have a feeling this kid's going to be a crowd favorite. And he's not letting anybody down with the way he's hitting the baseball so far, and he's a very good defensive second baseman as well.
That will bring Elijah Iquez to the plate. That extra base hit, by the way, brought to you by Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, proud supporters of UH Athletics. Elijah Iquez, .389 hitter with an RBI. So early opportunity. Third baseman Black about base level, as the pitch to Iquez is a fastball, just a tad high, according to Jeff Clough. Ball 1. Jeff Clough behind the plate. Travis Roberts at first. Rob McKinley, the third base umpire. A ball and no strikes. Arnett peeks at second, his pitch. A fastball waved at and missed by Iquez, running in on his hands. 1 ball, 1 strike.
So we mentioned the Shockers getting in at various times yesterday into the evening, into the early morning today. So their body clocks are probably still on Kansas time.
Yeah.
What is it, about 4 hours difference, I think, between the Midwest and here?
So it's almost midnight.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Pitch down in the zone, 1-2.
I can tell you this. Brian Green said when he left Wichita yesterday, it was -1.
Eek.
That's cold.
Yeah. Well,
it was below 0 in Wichita.
But I'm sure him living there the last few years, he's gotten a little used to it. 1-2.
Well,
this one's floated into the seats, foul to the right side.
I don't think that's the point, Josh.
Sure, I know.
It's 1 below, and then a couple of hours later, you're in Hawaii where it's 80 degrees.
And your first pitch is at 75.
Yeah.
Sakaino at second, 1 out. And a 1-2 count to Iquez. There's the pitch. Fastball swung on and miss. Kept that down in the zone. Iquez misses, 2 away. Rainbow Warrior Baseball brought to you by Waiakea Water. As an official partner of UH Athletics, Waiakea's naturally alkaline water keeps Hawaii's athletes performing at their peak. Learn more at waiakea.com or find us at a KTA or Foodland near you. Here's Ben Ziegler-Namoa. Hawaii, Wichita State scoreless. 2 out, bottom of the first inning. Sakaino at second thanks to a one-out double into the right center gap. And Ziegler Namoa coming in hitting .231, a team-high 6 walks, and has 2 runs driven in.
I expect him to hit the ball a lot better than he did last weekend. He's a guy I think is going to be up near 300 by the end of the season.
Curveball misses low and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Arnett will go at 88 to 90 with his fastball. Throws that curveball in there as well.
Yeah, fastball, curveball, changeup guy.
1-0. That runs off the plate inside. 2-0. Fastball misses. Outfield. Center fielder Duncan surprisingly a little deeper than you would think, but he's seen the ball carry a little bit here in the night. 2-0. Fastball off the plate away to the left-handed hitting Ziegler Namoa. It's 3-0.
But the good thing is we're back to our regular trade winds blowing from left to right. And,
yeah.
You know, it looks like it's probably about 7 miles per hour right now.
Yeah. It's comfortable. I think that's the best way to put it.
Even down on the field, it's really nice tonight.
3-0, take it all the way. Strike 1 on the outside corner to Ziegler Namoa.
I'm surprised you don't have your weather app opened already.
I had it earlier.
Yeah. We don't have to worry about weather this weekend.
I don't have the radar open.
Yeah, no, we're going to be good this weekend.
Hey, guess who's going to join us in the second inning? Scott Carl's going to join us.
I remember Scott Carl.
Yeah, 3-1. Swing and a miss. Change up. Ziegler Namoa out in front. The count fills up 3-2. Throughout the first pitch tonight, and like he did when he played, both collegiately and professionally, kept it around the zone.
Yeah, he carved out a pretty nice little professional major league career.
3-2. Before that, Arnett's going to turn and look Sakino back to second.
He was on that 92 team that was a game away from returning to Omaha. Billy Blanchett, then it was Scott Carl and Brady Pereira. That was the 3-person rotation at that time.
Here's the 3-2. That's down and inside. Good take from Ziegler Namoa, and the inning continues. First walk issued by Arnett, and Itsuki Takemoto will come to the plate. Well, Scott, what will make Hawaii go in tonight's game? It's brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. Get up and go. What do you think gets Hawaii to 5-0?
I think it's just playing fundamental baseball on a Thursday night. I mean, it's a smaller crowd than what they had last weekend. A little bit of a later start. Just be fundamentally sound. Gonzalez, if you can get them 5 or more innings as a starter, I think Hawaii will be just fine.
Takemoto swings at the first pitch, pops it up shallow left. Coming down toward the line is Gustafson. Looks up, makes the catch. And that ends the inning. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 2 base runners left. We're scoreless through 1. Scott Carl's going to join us here in the booth for inning number 2 as you're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
This place they call paradise, I call my home. Blessed to be born and raised local ground.
With hotels, condo resorts, and vacation rentals on 5 Hawaiian islands, Castle Resorts and Hotels is a Kama'aina favorite. When you need a place to stay to attend a tournament, family function, or a golf getaway, visit castleresorts.com for special Kama'aina rates.
Hawaii, Hawaii, there ain't no other place like these islands.
Castle Resorts and Hotels. Born in Hawaii, built on hospitality, inspired by aloha.
Hawaii, there ain't no other place like these islands.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
All right, getting ready for inning number 2. Wichita State and Hawaii scoreless as Rainbow Warrior Baseball is brought to you by MotoGen Medical. They have treatments used to elevate pain and help heal joints naturally. Go to MODOGEN.com and sign up for a free evaluation. It'll be Rogers, Livingston, and Durnan to face Sebastian Gonzalez. Happy to have Scott Carl joining us here in the booth. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by here on Legends Weekend. I should turn on his microphone first.
That would help, Josh.
I know. Legends Weekend, and this is an amateur move on my part. How are you?
I'm great. It's so good to be back. My daughter plays beach volleyball for USC, so we're in town playing against the Bows down at Queens Beach, and it's just awesome. The weather's been perfect. The stadium looks great. This is just bringing back so many good memories.
You're I was gonna say you're like dressed like you're at the beach. You got the shorts.
Oh yeah, I've been out there all day enjoying it.
Jordan Rogers leading off for Wichita State, and the first pitch from Sebastian Gonzalez is cut on a miss for a strike.
If I'm not mistaken, right, Scott? Was it 90 your first year and 92 was your last year?
Yeah, I came in fall of '89, pitched in spring of '90, and then '92 I got drafted as a junior.
0-1. Big cut and a miss. Fastball right down the heart of the plate, 0-2.
Well, I've always told Josh that year I was actually the official scorekeeper for UH, so that's why their numbers are really impressive. But in all honesty, Scott, that was one of the best UH teams I'd ever seen. Your team was stacked, a game away from going to Omaha. You lose to Pepperdine and Tucson. They go on and win the World Series. I don't know about you, but I always think, what if?
And there's strike three called on the inside corner. First out here in the second.
We were coming through the losers bracket, and so I had to pitch the first game against Pepperdine.
I remember that.
And we beat them, and I thought, oh man, we had a good head of steam going, but they got us in that second game, and of course went on to win the whole series. But you're right about that team. I mean, we were stacked with seniors. We had Largusa, Blanchette, myself pitching, Brady. I mean, we had all kinds of big names in there.
No, I think it was Craig Tucker, the closer on that team.
Craig Tucker was closing. That's right.
You had Tim Albert, and you had Scott Craven.
Here's Josh Livingston, who looks at a first pitch strike. 0-1 from Gonzalez.
Kenny Harrison was on that team. But getting back to that game against Pepperdine, I remember I was there. You beat Pepperdine, so it was winner take all. And there was some real discussion whether or not you would come out for a second game. How close did that come to happening?
Well, the conversation was there, and believe me, I was advocating for it.
I know you were.
Bouncing foul to the right side.
I don't remember the pitch count, but it was like in the 80s.
Yeah.
For 9 innings to throw 80 pitches is pretty sufficient. So I was lobbying, but they ended up with going Mattapana. And look, Matty was a young guy then. He gave it his all, but I think Pepperdine just really dug in against him, unfortunately.
And you realize now Matt is the general manager of this radio station.
Yes, I do.
Isn't that funny?
I totally see that all the time. We're friends on Facebook.
And Matt ended up having a great career, got as high as AAA. He was really close.
0-2, hit in the air left side. That will go out of play foul. 0-2 to Livingston.
How many years did you pitch in the big leagues?
6 total. I did
Okay.
about 3 years in the minors and 6 in the bigs. 5 with the Brewers, and then my 6th year I got traded to the Rockies, who then traded me to the Angels.
And
That's an adventure.
Yeah, Colorado could have been a good place for me. I mean, I'm a ground ball pitcher, and it's big field like this is here, but had a tough coaching staff that just didn't see what I was bringing to the table, and they ended up shipping me out to the Angels, which was fine.
0-2 fastball is high and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Josh Livingston.
Well, you mentioned your daughter is part of the SC beach volleyball team. What are you up to nowadays? What are you doing?
I'm a private wealth manager. Been doing it for many years and different levels of finance. I was an accounting major here at UH, so I just stuck with the numbers, and I love it.
1-2 off the end of the bat, fouled back. It's interesting because a couple of former UH players, Jake Sukata's into wealth management.
I've already talked to him.
I bet you have.
Or he's talked to me.
There you go.
Does that seem like such a popular field for a lot of you guys?
I don't know. I was a numbers guy coming through college, and then I had an advisor when I played that didn't do a good job. So I thought, I'm gonna do a better job for people.
1-2 check swing. Did he go? No, on a breaking ball, low and away. Livingston hanging around on the count. It's 2-2.
Well, this rivalry getting renewed between Hawaii and Wichita State. I'm sure you remember all those games every year against the Shockers. Any of them stand out to you?
Well, yeah, the Easter tournament that we had, I think there were 4 top 10 ranked teams that came in, and we ended up going 9-1. And Tyler Green was throwing for Wichita State with Gene Stevenson, coaching. They were big time teams.
2-2s drilled in the air out to left. Ziegler Namoa started back a couple steps, now comes into his right and makes the catch. There's the second out here in the top of the second.
I want to say even a young Darren Dreifert.
Yeah,
was on the team when you played.
Yeah, they had a lot of good teams that came
Eric
in.
Wedge.
Eric Wedge.
Wow,
there's a name
him?
from the past.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
2 down, nobody on. Here is Cam Durnan, the designated hitter. No score between Wichita State and Hawaii here in the top of the second inning. By the way, I was looking online earlier. Someone's selling your mint condition 1992 baseball card.
Really? I don't even have one of those.
Well, you should bid on it.
While in foul territory to the right.
Is it on eBay?
It is on eBay. It's from a place called Casey's Cards and Collectibles.
And there it is. Look at that guy.
Right, look at that.
Looks the same.
Oh, golly, I wish.
With the old 7-Eleven cards, 0-1. That's a called strike on the outside half.
You know, my oldest daughter played indoor volleyball at DePaul University, and when she got recruited and got her scholarship, she asked me what my collegiate number was, and she wore it. It was pretty cool.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, it was really cool.
No balls, 2 strikes to Durnan. Big deep breath. Gonzalez kicks and delivers. A swing and a drive down the right field line. Quant is on the run, nearing the track, reaches out, makes the catch in foul territory. And 1, 2, 3 goes Wichita State here in the top of the second inning. You got one more half inning in you?
Let's do it, boys.
All right. Scott Carl's going to keep with us here as we go to the bottom of the second. No score between Wichita State and Hawaii. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for flooring.
Contractor's license number C19140.
Winning in life takes smart plays and solid teamwork. And at Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, we've got your back. Whether you're saving for the big moments, scoring a great loan, or planning your financial future, we're with you every step of the way. With low rates, easy online banking, and service that goes the distance, we're here for you, for your family, for life. Visit hificu.com or visit us for more details.
Membership open to Oahu and Maui residents. Federally insured by NCUA.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
No score as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
Your official radio home of University of Hawaii Sports is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
Scott Robbs, Scott Carl, our guest here. And of course, you know he's a former baseball player. He's still got the baseball in his hand. Is that the first pitch he threw tonight?
It is. I'm holding on to this thing.
I mean, you got it right there to the plate. I mean, which is not a surprise at all, but.
Well, it's funny. I coached Brewers fantasy camp about 3 weeks ago, and I have to, as one of the pitchers, I have to throw 7 games to the campers, even though it's like 45 feet, but my arm is dog tired.
Jared Quant will lead off for Hawaii against Jeremiah Arnett here in the bottom of inning number 2. Quant coming in 4 for 10 with an RBI. And the right-hander Arnett ready. He turns and fires his first pitch, and it's hit in the air. Medium depth left field. Moving back is Gustafson a few steps. He makes the catch. There's out number 1.
Still keep in touch with any of your former teammates?
I do, yeah. There's a bunch of us on a text thread. Bill Blanchett, Chris Walls, Clint Kelson, Craig Tucker, Randy Vollmer. Yeah, a bunch of the guys. Matapana's on there. So it's great that camaraderie stays alive.
One away for Draven Nushida, the hero from Friday night. Nushida hit 4 of 9 with 5 runs driven in. So for those that don't know, fantasy camp, describe that.
So it's just basically people that want to spend the life in a big leaguer's uniform for a week. So they pay their money and they play on the big league fields. They're coached by former big league players. They're playing with wood bats, with nice Major League Baseballs, and their skill set is okay, but it's a lot of fun for me. I like to impart some of my coaching knowledge, and I also like to make fun of them when they fall down or drop balls.
That would be me.
First pitch was swung on and missed. The next one, check swing. He went around 0-2 to Nushida. He said that was in Milwaukee, right?
Well, it's for the Brewers, but it's at their spring training facility in Arizona.
Did you get to meet Bob Uecker?
Oh, many times. Yeah, Uke was in the booth when I played my whole career. In fact,
0-2, driven out of play to the left side, foul.
I was at a charity golf tournament this summer in Milwaukee, and I hadn't seen Uke in 20-plus years, and he was there supporting it, and we got to have about 60 seconds of a moment to connect for 20 years of absence, and it was great to have had that moment with him now that he's passed.
Yeah, that certainly hit the baseball broadcasting world for sure.
Just baseball fan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He transcended baseball. He was, a TV star, commercials, everything.
Strike 3 on a changeup over the outside half. Nushida down looking. There's 2 away here in the second.
Well, so all the campers at camp this year, there were 8 teams, and so we all decided to come up with different names that would represent Uke. So our team was the front row. There was one team was Great Taste Less Filling. One team was Mr. Belvedere. Well, I mean, it was great. I mean, you could tell. I mean, most of these guys are Milwaukee fans, and so their love for Euchre and everything was just, you could see it everywhere.
Here's Aiden Cooney, who takes a fastball a bit high, 1 ball, no strikes. And that's got to be like a bucket list thing, too. I mean, for a lot of us to wish to have that opportunity, but they've always said they felt like Uke was part of the team, not just a radio guy or a broadcaster, literal part of the team.
Oh, yeah. No, he was in the front seat on the plane, on the bus. He came down to the locker room all the time. We all have some great Uke stories, and we tell them at camp and tell them otherwise. But, and we watched, even at fantasy camp in the locker room, we're watching videos of him on the Johnny Carson show.
Wow. Fastball missed up and in, 2-0. The next one, Cooney just spoiled on that one. A pitch coming in. He could not hold up his swing, 2-1.
Talking with Scott Carl, former Major League pitcher and former Rainbow Warrior, back home for Legends Weekend. Daughter playing for the SC Beach volleyball team. I saw they just got by Hawaii today.
It was a squeaker. Came right down to the last match, and even that one went to 3 sets. It was really tough. Evan's got a great team out there. It was fun to watch him play.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch from Arnett is down and away. Breaking ball misses. It's 3-2.
What do you take from your time at Hawaii? You were young, right out of high school from Southern California. What do you remember most, or what did you learn during your 3 years in Hawaii? And maybe not even baseball related.
Just a lot of personal growth. I lived at home with a great, solid family.
3-2 is knocked down deep and shallow left by the second baseman. Pops up, couldn't hold on to the baseball. And Cooney's going to continue the inning with a deep single to second.
We didn't travel much, so I was pretty much a homebody. So to come away here, having never really been away, was a real enlightening experience. So it taught me to grow up, taught me how to do laundry, how to time manage, how to spend money, how to be on my own, a lot of how-tos, honestly. And it was great because then once I got drafted and went to the minor leagues, this was like routine for me. It was no big deal. Playing in front of 5,000 people or being away from home and on my own, and other guys didn't have that problem, and they seemed to struggle with it a little bit. So it was great personal growth.
Connor Palmero, the number 9 hitter for Hawaii. Cooney at first, 2 away, no score, bottom 2. The nod, now the pitch. Palmero takes down and inside 1-0. And just for that reason, being so far away from home, what made you choose Hawaii?
So interesting story. I was actually a Pac-10 kid. I was going to go to USC, but I also played soccer for my high school. And in my last soccer game, I had my ankle snapped on a cheap shot. And as it got surgically screwed back together, I lost out on some of those scholarships. And a coach at a rival high school was a UH alumni, called Ronnie Nomura and said, hey, you got to take a look at this kid. He came off an injury, but he's looking good. You should have him. And Ronnie invited me out for a visit. I did my visit, and then they offered me a full ride just based on my stats and that guy's word.
Wow.
It was it's funny when you think, the door is closing completely and then another one opens. This ended up being the best thing that could have happened to me. I got to come here. I got to play as a freshman. I got to take my lumps. I got to learn how to be better and learn from experience.
That pitch off a 2-0 count, swung on a miss. Here's a throw to second. Cooney trying to take second. He's safe. I'm not sure if Wichita State is going to think about challenging that, and so far the answer is no. So they're going to call that a pass ball. Yep. And I think we are actually going to have a review. Do you love these reviews in baseball?
I'll tell you what, there are a few games I wish we had them in. As long as they take, less time than they do in football, I'm okay with it. This is going to be a close one.
Debatable.
This is a close one.
Yeah, you're going to look at it just as we are.
Ooh, they might turn that one around.
Well, from that angle, it looks like he got the elbow.
Yeah.
But if you look at a different angle, it's possible that he didn't touch it in time.
Ooh, it's where that left hand is when contact is made to that left side.
I'll tell you, if they overturn this, you can't argue too much. But if they don't, I'm good with that too. This is a real bang bang. See, this is the tough part about it, because now somebody's going to nitpick this down to the nth degree.
Of course.
And I don't want to see baseball there. I want to see the big misses overturned. But this is what I love about baseball, and that there's still umpires out there. They still get to call the game. There's still a personal flair to it.
You need the human element.
100%. 100%.
I don't want to see robots behind home plate, or I don't want everything to be perfect because baseball is such an imperfect game.
Well, speaking of, spring training today debuted the ABS system, the automated balls and strikes, as a pitcher, given that sometimes you don't want to be squeezed, but pitchers and hitters can challenge it. Thoughts on the ABS system?
Well, again, it just kind of goes back to my previous comment. I don't want to see the computers take over the game, just like I don't want to see the analytics take over the game. Look, I came into the big leagues when Billy Beane, was doing his thing in Oakland and bringing in the analytics, and I think there's definitely a place for it. I just don't think it's the overriding factor, and I don't know about that. I don't know if I like that. I mean, I'm glad that they're taking a look at it. I'm glad it's not even going to be instituted in the next couple of years, if anything.
And the umpires are out. They're going to point to second base and say he is out.
Wow.
So the call is overturned. And just like that, the inning comes to an end. Scott Carl, good to see you. Thanks for coming by.
Really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thank you,
good
Scott.
to have one of
Good
the
seeing you
legends
again.
here on Legends Night join us. We head to the third no score. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Aloha, this is Kanoa Leahy from Let's Talk Sports. I've been asked by some to provide an update to my experience undergoing knee joint therapy treatment from Dr. Charles Arakaki at MotoGen Medical. I underwent multiple knee surgeries due to basketball injuries in my younger years, so in need of relief, I reached out to Dr. Arakaki. His regenerative joint therapy treatment uses healing properties from your own body to create an injectable serum that generates healing and relief. Series of injections and shockwave treatments over the course of about 6 weeks covered it in my case, and I completed the 6 weeks back in October. The results were immediately. Pain and swelling diminished noticeably, and now, almost 4 months removed, my knees are still feeling great. So give Dr. Arakaki a call if you're experiencing joint pain or discomfort in your knees, hips, lower back, or shoulders due to past surgeries or bone-on-bone wear and tear. Call MotoGen Medical for a free evaluation, 808-562-5000, or book your free evaluation online at motogen.com, MODOGEN.com.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
All right, we go to inning number 3. No score between Wichita State and Hawaii. Good to have Scott Carl. Goes over to television now, I guess. So we started the car wash today.
Yes, we did.
For the Legends.
By the way, that throw, that goes down as a caught stealing.
That's right.
And that is the first Rainbow Warrior to be caught stealing here this season. Hawaii was 10 for 10 last weekend.
Yeah. Aiden Cooney decided to take a chance on what
close.
was called a pass ball. I thought he was safe based
did
on
too.
one of the looks. I thought about taking a poll here in the booth of and seeing.
But nobody would care.
Nobody would. You're right.
I think what's more important is that we've seen a good Sebastian Gonzalez through the first 2 innings after, not getting out of the third last Friday in the season opener. He's looked very sharp, I think, through the first 2.
6 up, 6 down, 3 strikeouts for Gonzalez, and he'll face the bottom 3 of the Wichita State order led by Ryan Callahan as the third inning is brought to you by Ushijima Architects Incorporated. Pitch to Callahan is hit on the ground weakly to second. Sakino waits for it, picks it up, throws to first, gets the out.
So you mentioned this is Legends Weekend, something that Coach Hill started a couple of years ago. Do you know who else is going to be in town this weekend?
I do not.
Oh, okay. Maybe I shouldn't have asked you on air then. I just assumed you had a list.
I know. I wish I knew. I found out Scott Carl earlier today, actually, when I found out he was also throwing the first pitch. Here is Cole Dillon, the catcher. Dillon, 2 for 9, 2 RBI, and the right-handed hitter takes strike 1 on the outside half. You got to like here with Gonzalez. He has started every batter but one with a strike early on.
Yeah, be aggressive, pound the zone. Good things usually happen.
As Coach Hill said to me earlier today, the message to him was control the controllables. Don't let all that other stuff get in the way. And as long as he is controlling the balls and strikes count, he'll be fine, as that pitch is right in there for strike 2.
Yeah, with Sebastian, the only issue for him is himself. He can be a bit emotional.
Mm-hmm.
He lets sometimes things bother him beyond that one batter or that pitch. And
0-2 up and in.
I know that is one thing that he has been working really hard on. Is like, hey, you give up a home run, move on, next batter. Some guys it takes a little while. That has been maybe the one thing that kind of has hindered him a little bit, but he's gotten a lot better because he's definitely a top of the rotation starter. with what he has between he and Takimoto. That's a strong 1-2 punch for Hawaii.
1-2. That's fisted back foul. I remember, and a lot of that too can be how the rest of your team builds you up. I remember a conversation with pitching coach Keith Zuniga, who said, it's mindset thing. A guy might come off the mound, he's given up a couple of runs, and all he's thinking about is the couple of runs. But yet you've got your team there to remind you, okay, you gave up a couple of runs there, but you also struck out 4 here and you kept us in the game. It's changing mindset to kind of help you longer term as that pitch is fouled off to the right.
I mean, you look at sports in general, even at the collegiate level, how much of the mental game is used. I know Rich Hill is big with that. He believes strongly in the mental aspect of sports. I do as well.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Cole Dillon. No score, top of the 3rd inning. Gonzalez to the plate. Swing and a liner. Might have ticked his glove, but it goes into center field for the first hit of the night for Wichita State. Just squared that one right back up the box. And that's the first base runner.
First hit.
So Jordan Black will come to the plate. One thing, you mentioned the mental game. Coach Hill is also big on breathing exercises.
Breathing is good, Josh. I mean, everybody should learn how to breathe.
Yes. Several, before they even do infield or batting practice or even stretching, one of the first things they do, I think in the bullpen side, they do team breathing exercises, breaking ball down and away 1-0.
I know that there have been times where teams at UH have done yoga and used other things like that.
Mm-hmm. 2 things you and I are not big partakers in.
I would try yoga. I just don't think I could get into any of the positions. And then if I did, I wouldn't be able to get out of them.
1-0 is popped up. This is behind short. Iquez coming in on the infield. Brownie makes the catch. There's out number 2. Dillon stays at first. 2 down, 1 on. No score, top of the 3rd inning. Here's Camden Johnson, who grounded out to second his first time up. I did yoga for a little while, part of the P90X program.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. That was one of the worst things about the program.
Was that right?
Yeah. That's one of, that and that there weren't enough results for the folks to say, yeah, keep endorsing it. Those are the 2 factors that led to me stopping after 60 days of the 90.
And how did you do, though, through the first 60?
Okay. First pitch fouled back.
Because, I mean, you look at you now. And
doesn't look like I did it one day.
You look great.
0-1 to Johnson. Preseason All-American Athletic Conference selection.
Still seems weird to me that Wichita State's not in the Missouri Valley Conference because that's the conference they dominated for years.
Next pitch will trickle into right field, a base hit. Rounding second, stopping right there is Dillon. And Johnson's had a hit in every game this season, including his first one here tonight. Runners at first and second with 2 out.
Josh, you do realize it's only the 4th game of the year.
Hey, some people can't hit consistently.
But you are stating fact.
Yes, that's what we do in this booth.
We try.
Except for what you said about me looking great. That's not fact. Okay. Caleb Duncan here, 2 out, 2 on. Duncan struck out looking back in the 1st inning.
Would you rather I say terrific? You look terrific? Are you
just not say anything at all? Maybe
okay.
Duncan up the 3rd baseline, but that's just foul. Good effort by Nushida diving at 3rd as he was playing right near the line, but that was foul by maybe a good 6 to 9 inches.
Saw a couple balls last week, particularly on Sunday, get by Nushida over there at 3rd base. I mean, they weren't plays that he could have done anything with, but that is one of the effects of Jordan Donahue's injury, that you're probably not as strong defensively at 3rd as you would have been if Iquez was at 3rd and Donahue was at short.
No balls and a strike. Pitch to Duncan is chopped foul 3rd base side. Got to talk to Jordan Donahue earlier today. Bummed that he's going to miss the next 4 to 6 weeks, but at the same time, the light at the end of the tunnel being at least it's now, and it's not toward the end of the year.
And same with Wichita State. They have a couple of guys 2 guys that are out that are 2 of their better players, but Brian Green said, we'll get them back here shortly. We're going to be a much different team in a couple of weeks than we are now. And like we say, and we always have, the first 2-3 weeks are like spring training.
Mm-hmm.
These teams aren't going to be the same, at least you hope not.
Right.
As they will be a little bit later on down the road getting ready for conference play.
Caleb Duncan fouled that ball off of his left foot. So the trainer came out to look at him for a brief moment. He's back in the box, though. 2 on, 2 out. 0-2 count to Duncan. Gonzalez's pitch is a fastball shoulder high. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, if you're Sebastian Gonzalez, situation here with 2 on, 2 outs, runner in scoring position, you got to bear down. These are some of those situations where he's got to use the mind as well as the body.
Out of the stretch, he delivers. Swung on a miss, struck him out. Fastball in on the hands. He went slide step on that delivery, quickened it up a little bit. Duncan strikes out for the second time, and the inning comes to an end. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left. We'll head to the bottom of the third. Wichita State and Hawaii still scoreless. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Dreaming of owning a home? At Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, we're here to make it happen. With competitive rates and a local team who understand the Hawaii housing market. Whether you're looking to buy your first home or upgrading, our friendly, experienced team is here to guide you every step of the way. For details or today's rates, call our mortgage hotline at 808-844-8048 or visit hawaiiusafcu.com/mortgages. Hawaii USA, life matters. An equal housing lender.
How do you get 100% of your work done when you're 40% short-staffed? Across Hawaii, city and state departments grapple with thousands of vacant positions. And with fewer workers, that means longer lines at the DMV, delayed building permits, and slowdowns in essential services. The government could resolve this by offering more competitive wages and benefits. For you, we hope they do. A message brought to you by HGEA, because Hawaii works best when we do.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
All right, we go to the bottom of the third inning. Hawaii will throw Connor Palmera, Matthew Miura, and Shinsuke Sakino to the plate against Jeremiah Arnett, who so far has kind of held his own. The double and the walk in the first, the single, although the runner was caught stealing to end the second inning, and Arnett, whose longest career outing is 2 1/3 innings. Granted, he's still just a sophomore, but trying to see how far he can take himself in his second career start. Reminder, tomorrow night we'll be at our regular 6:35 broadcast time, or 6:05 broadcast time, 6:35 first pitch tomorrow night here at the ballpark.
We hope.
Well, I think their equipment should be in by tomorrow.
Yeah, it could be something else.
Palmera stepping in. He was at the plate when Aiden Cooney was caught trying to steal second.
I have never heard of a game being delayed because the opposing team's equipment wasn't here yet.
Palmera swings at the first pitch, sends it out to right field. Rogers in to his left. He makes the catch for the first down of the third. Yeah, I've never heard that either. I mean, I was saying earlier.
I've heard of the bats not traveling, but not literally the bats not traveling. Does that go over your head a little bit? You know, like usually if you go on the road and you can't hit, you know.
Okay. I got it now.
I've never actually heard the bats actually literally not traveling.
I got it.
Yeah. I know, Josh, it's the end of the week. It's been long.
It's the end of the week. It's Thursday.
You got to jump on a plane tomorrow night. You're going to call a basketball game Saturday. You're going to be back Sunday for the afternoon game.
Here's Matthew Miura, who takes a breaking ball high, 1-0.
This is how crazy Josh is. Baseball tonight, baseball tomorrow, right after the game, going right to catch a red eye, to go to San Diego to call the UH men's basketball game Saturday evening, catch an early morning flight on Sunday, get in a couple of hours before the baseball game, and you'll be up here in the press box.
1-0 Bender misses, 2-0.
You are insane.
Done it before.
I know you have.
I mean, if you love what you do, you find a way. That's how I look at it.
That is true.
2-0. Fastball off the end of the bat, sent out a play to the right and foul. By the way, men's basketball not playing today. Their opponent on Saturday, UC San Diego, won against Cal Poly, and UC Irvine lost at home to CSUN.
Really?
So UC San Diego by itself in first place in the Big West.
Good. I'm rooting for them.
2 balls and a strike to Miura. This is swung on, hit out toward right center field. Coming in is Duncan, loses his cap, makes the catch, 2 away.
I mean, I'm rooting for UH first.
Sure.
But I'm talking about winning the regular season.
Yeah.
I think it'd be pretty cool if they did.
2 down, nobody on. We're scoreless here in the bottom of the third. And Shinsuke Sakino, who doubled back in the first. His team leading fourth double. Sakino, dating back to last year and including this game, has an 11-game hitting streak. And we've known offensively he can swing the bat, but I think he was much more known at CSUN as he drives this first pitch down the left field line. Gustafson in foul territory makes the catch. And that's what happens when you start a story with 2 out, 1 pitch, and Sakino's retired. 3 up, 3 down for Arnett. We'll head to the 4th. No score. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Yep, check this out.
Oh,
Around sound. That works.
whoa, I ready, bro.
Yeah, watch this.
How come the blender went off?
Huh?
The blender in the kitchen went off, bro.
Nah.
Try again.
Oh, man.
Okay, we can make some like a fruit smoothies.
When you want your home or business wired right, call a unionized electrical contractor. 847-5341.
IBEW, local 1186, lighting your path to the future.
Building a winning program requires vision, careful planning, and expert execution. Since 1994, Ushijima Architects has provided the highest quality professional planning and design services for various projects throughout our state. Our highly experienced team provides the full spectrum of services, from feasibility studies and master plans to complete architectural design work. Call us today at 808-946-9544. Ushijima Architects is a proud sponsor of University of Hawaii Baseball.
Aloha, this is Stan Mahilona from Sports Stan. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Through 3, Wichita State, no runs, 2 hits, no errors. Hawaii, no runs, 2 hits, and no errors on a night where we started an hour behind because of it's not really a jersey delay. What is it, an equipment delay?
Yeah,
what
I
are we
would say
calling it?
no, equipment didn't show up.
Yeah.
So we had to wait till they actually are using some of the UH equipment, including batting
Right.
helmets. And so UH just tore off the H and said you can use the helmets, which I thought was kind of nice.
Yeah, they're using some jerseys. Some guys' jerseys aren't here, so they've kind of mixed some of those around. They're different numbers. It's a mismatch of things for Wichita State. What's not a mismatch are the zeros in the run column for both sides. And as we head to the 4th, as Jaden Gustafson steps in, here's Scott Robbs.
Yeah, it's been a pitcher's duel here in this series opener through 3. No score as Gustafson steps in, swinging it from the left side against the left-hand throwing Sebastian Gonzalez, who brings on the first pitch for a strike. Gonzalez has allowed a pair of hits, has not walked a batter, and struck out 4, including striking out Gustafson back in the first inning. The left fielder, a local boy out of Wichita. The 0-1 pitch from Gonzalez hit down the left field line. Hooks foul over near the batting cage, and it's 0-2. Ziegler Namoa out in left. Miura in center. Quant in right field for Hawaii. The outfielders playing straight away. Infield playing back. Nishida over at third as the 0-2 pitch hit down the left field line again. That one will go foul. Ziegler Namoa can't get to it. And the count remains 0 balls and 2 strikes. Gustafson, followed by Rogers and Livingston. 3, 4, and 5 in the order for the Shockers of Wichita State. 1 and 2 on the year. Went down to Louisiana last week. Dropped a pair of games to start the series against McNeese and then came back and won the series finale. A little chilly in Wichita this time of year. The 0-2. And the fastball a bit high. -1 yesterday in Wichita.
I don't know what that's like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've never been in -1.
I've been in negative weather many times, and once it's negative, there's no difference. 1-2 pitch. That one looped into right center field. Coming in is Miura, and he leans forward to make the grab for out number 1. I mean, what's the difference between -2 and -10? Not much. Cold.
Let's go ask Bob Coolin, our resident weatherman.
So on the way on the fly out to Gustafson. Here's Jordan Rogers, the right fielder. He struck out looking to begin the second inning. Gonzalez into the 4th inning after going 2 2/3 innings last Friday in the season opener against Marshall. And Gonzalez starts off the first pitch on the inside corner. No, just missed. 1 ball, no strikes.
I really like Wichita State's been competitive. I mean, the bats aren't there so far, but Jeremiah Arnett's battled. You kind of wondered how this team would respond given the adversity here.
The 1-0 misses inside. Well, knowing Brian Green, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, he's a master motivator. He's a people person. I remember him quite well when he came here. He was the second hitting coach under Mike Trapasso 20 years ago. And he left a mark. I always thought this guy's going to be a head coach someday. He's going to be a good head coach. He left here, went to UCLA for 4 or 5 years, and then to Kentucky for 5 or 6 years, and then took over the head coaching job at his alma mater, New Mexico State, was at Washington State for a couple of years, and now in year 2 at Wichita State. The 2-1 pitch cut on and missed. And he said, this is it. He's made 11 stops in his career. When he first started coaching, he told his wife and his daughters, and one of his daughters was born at Kapiolani when he was here at UH. He said, this is it. He said, they're either going to have to fire me or I'm going to stay here till I retire. He thinks he's found the spot, loves it in Wichita. The 2-2, that one roped down the right field line. That could be trouble if it lands fair, and it is a fair ball.
No, they're going to call a foul.
Oh, okay.
That was very close.
We're watching the TV replay, and
that looked a couple inches foul.
Yeah, it was a little, but well down the right field line. And if it was foul, it wasn't fouled by much.
Travis Roberts was right on that, and as soon as he saw it, he made it like it was a strike 3. Put out his fist, his right fist, called it foul.
Well, Wichita, they have great fan support. There are like 50 fans that made it out here for this trip. And the icon Gene Stevenson was supposed to make the trip out here. The longtime head coach, he and Coach Les went against each other for decades and are really good friends. Here's the 2-2 from Gonzalez, and fouling it straight back is Rogers. But unfortunately, there was an event in his family that he couldn't make it out here because these two teams first met in 1980. And there was supposed to be a get-together with some of the guys from the Wichita State 80 team and some of the Hawaii guys that live here still from that 1980 team, which was 45 years ago. That was a long time ago. These guys are all in their 60s now. Here's the 2-2. Upstairs goes Gonzalez, and the count goes full. But the hope is next year when they play each other in the second weekend of the season, and they have signed a contract at least for 3 years to do that. Every second weekend of the season, they'll face each other. Here's the 3-2 pitch. The payoff popped up foul territory, right field side. Going over Cooney, the first baseman, in foul territory, and he makes the grab for out number 2. I'll tell you what, we've only seen Cooney in a handful of games so far this year because there's only been a handful of games. But defensively, he does a pretty nice job. He had to go into foul territory quite a bit up the right field line to make that catch.
And you could see the communication between him and Quant and Sakino coming over. They knew to kind of back off and let Cooney make the play. So there's some veteran instinct there already with Cooney. That's well done.
So 2 down, bases empty here in the top of the 4th inning. Scoreless ball game. Here's Josh Livingston, the second baseman, flying out to left in the second inning. He bats from the left side, so it's left against lefty. And the fastball misses away and low from Gonzalez. So night games, obviously tonight, tomorrow night, Saturday night, and then the series finale under the sun on Sunday. The 1-0 pitch. That one misses low. Count goes 2-0. Do we have a pitch count on Gonzalez? I think he threw like 68 pitches last week. And I know he was getting a bit tired last week. We'll see where he goes here today. We're in the 4th inning. The 2-0. That one skied in the air down the right field line. Going into foul territory is Quant, and that one
is gone.
Does that stay fair?
That did.
Holy cow, I didn't think that was going to stay fair. It's just inside the foul line, and there you go. I was watching Quant, who went into foul territory, and he was just running by because he knew the ball was going to leave the yard, and there's a home run. Livingston puts it out over the right field wall, and it's a 1-0 shocker lead.
I'm trying to figure out if Quant was just fooling around or if he really thought that ball was going to tail foul. because that was fair by at least a good 15 to 20 feet.
Well, I was watching him to see his reaction.
So was I.
Yeah, and he was going over to foul territory, so I figured, okay, well, that's just a foul ball. But no.
Then I saw something just fall from the sky. And sure enough, that was a baseball.
Livingston's first home run and second RBI of the season. 1-0 Wichita State here in the top of the fourth inning. Well, one thing we've seen here in the beginnings of the second week of the season is home runs from the opposing teams. 4 were hit by Marshall last week. There's a ball lined into center field, actually right center field. That's going to drop in for extra bases. Playing it off the wall is Miura before he brings it back in. Getting into second base, standing up with a 2-bagger is Durnan. So Cam Durnan, the DH, swinging at the first pitch, gets himself a double. And all of a sudden, here comes the offense of the Shockers.
And this becomes your first test of Sebastian Gonzalez. While, yes, it is very early, but handling a little bit of adversity, a home run followed by a double. Let's see how he kind of locks in. That was pitch number 60, by the way, thrown by Gonzalez.
Probably had a pitch count of 75 to 90
last
range,
week.
Right? But you don't want the second run to come across.
Here comes Keith Zuniga, the pitching coach, to settle things down.
Yeah, you don't usually see Keith go out there, so you know this is not going to be a pitching change.
But you do see some scurrying in the bullpen, so it looks like they will get someone rolling.
But keep in mind now, in about 7 innings or a little less than 7 innings, Gonzalez has given up 3 home runs this year at home.
That's right. I believe that is Freddie Rodriguez, who is starting to loosen now in the Hawaii bullpen. And Rodriguez has been one of the bright spots of the Hawaii bullpen here early on.
Well, he was last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of Cal Poly, transferred here to UH, and he looked solid. This has the kind of makings of a gamer, kind of going through the motions early, and we saw it with Hawaii this past weekend. It takes their offense a little while to kind of get going. That's not optimal.
No.
You don't want that, but that seems to be the way this team kind of functions.
What I find interesting looking there in the bullpen is not just the fact that Rodriguez is up and throwing, but it seems like he's trying to get hot real quick. Or it almost feels like they skipped a step or two just to get him as warm as quickly as possible in case this just unravels.
Well, let's hope not, if you're a Hawaii fan. So out at second base, it's Durnan. And Ryan Callahan, the first baseman, steps in. He swings it from the left side as well. Grounded out to second, last inning. Looks at a pitch in the carpet, blocked nicely by Palmero. And it's 1 ball, no strikes. Well, as we've seen now throughout the 3+ years with Rich Hill, he's okay with starters going 4 innings, sometimes 5. And he is the most unconventional coach I've ever met when it comes to handling your pitching. Gonzalez checks the runner, the 1-0 pitch. That one down for a strike. So Gonzalez, like last inning, trying to pitch himself out a little bit of trouble. Did give up that solo home run to Livingston over the right field wall. Now trying to get Callahan to end the top of this 4th inning. 1-0 Shockers. The next pitch. Off the hands, fly ball out to the left. Ziegler Namoa under it. He'll make the grab for the final out. However, the Shockers get on the board on 1 hit. That was the home run, a pair of hits overall. No Hawaii errors, and 1 runner left on base. We played 3.5. Wichita State 1, Hawaii nothing. You're listening to Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for flooring.
Contractor's license number C19140. At Dow Electric Supply, we're your local-based company with your needs in mind. We see the light in Hawaii, and rest assured, we are with you all the way. Our sales counter and will call are here to serve Hawaii's electricians, developers, utility companies, businesses, and homeowners. The Dial Lighting Gallery showroom is open by appointment only. Go online to www.dialelectricsupply.com. Open weekdays from 7 to 3. At Dial Electric Supply, we see the light.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Scott and Josh with you on a Thursday evening in Manoa, Hawaii, Wichita State, the first of 4 this weekend, and the Shockers hold a 1-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Back out there for another inning of work, Jeremiah Arnett, who's done a pretty nice job. He's only allowed a pair of hits to Hawaii, walked 1. And he has struck out 1, but he's going to face the middle of the order, 3, 4, and 5, Ike, Ziegler, Namo, and Takimoto. Hawaii with some pretty impressive numbers. They've won 15 games in a row dating back to last year, which is a nation's high. Excuse me. My nose is running. It's irritating me. So 15 games at home in a row, and then 9 wins in a row, which is the nation's longest winning streak, as well as Elijah Iquez out of Wahiawa steps in, and Arnett's first pitch down to him is a strike.
Even when Hawaii was winning a lot of those games last year, there was like a cardiac kind of feeling about it, right? You kind of had that feeling early, too.
Well, we had 2 walk-offs last weekend. Arnett taking his time, looking down to Dillon for the sign. He winds and fires, and that pitch, a fastball at the letters for a strike, 0-2 to Iquez. Hawaii offensively last weekend did a pretty nice job. Hawaii hit over 300 as a team. They hit 309 in that series against Marshall. The 0-2, Iquez looks at that one outside. Meanwhile, Wichita State only hit 240 against McNeese.
Formerly known as McNeese State.
But you did say they are still McNeese State.
The school is.
Yeah. So why wouldn't the sports teams? There's another pitch high. Count evens up at 2-2.
It seems like its identity, like athletics wants a different identity than the school itself. Kind of like CSUN, right? CSUN is still technically Cal State University Northridge.
But, we were calling CSUN before they officially made the change. It just was one of those kind of acronyms. There's a pop-up behind first base. Callahan waits. The second baseman will call him off. That's Livingston, and he'll make the catch for out number 1.
And like Cal State Bakersfield, sometimes they didn't want to be known by that, so they wanted to go by CSU Bakersfield instead. Those Cal schools just want to be so different.
Hawaii's got to find some offense. They had a single hit in the first inning, a single hit in the second inning, and that's really all they've done offensively. 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th, trailing 1-0. And it's been Ziegler Namoa. Reached base via a walk back in the first inning. That's as far as he went. Ziegler Namoa swings, comes up empty. Spring training got underway today.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Give the trophy to the Dodgers now. Everybody's playing for second place. The 0-1. Ben looks at that one a bit high and outside.
Yeah, it's that time. It's there. It's your tent pole to note that we're closing into the start of the regular season. That there's at least baseball somewhere you can watch.
Ziegler Namoa hits a fly ball deep out to center field. The center fielder goes back at the track at the wall. He looks up. It's out of here. Ben Ziegler Namoa with a moonshot to center field right over the 385 sign, and it's a 1-1 ball game.
Home runs are not easy out there in center. The center fielder Duncan turned around and admired it well over the center field fence. That extra base hit brought to you by Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of UH Athletics. one of Ben Ziegler-Namoa's biggest blasts as a Rainbow Warrior.
No, I wouldn't say that. It's only the 5th game of the year, Josh.
Well, I mean, in his career, and I'm talking more about length of blast.
Oh, you're talking about how far away?
Yeah.
No, I agree. I totally agree with that. He hit that thing well. Here's Takemoto. So Hawaii's tied it up on the Ziegler-Namoa round tripper here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And a breaking ball on the outside corner to Itsuki Takemoto. Scoreboard says 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 away. So both runs scored on the home run. And we've noticed this over the last 5 years or so. Takemoto swings and misses. How the ball carries more here than it ever did. I mean, it was not unusual to see almost no home runs in the entire season in this ballpark. But climate change is real. And
Yeah.
balls do jump out of here. Not like they used to. Or not like they used to. Slow roller back up the middle in the center field for a base hit. Takemoto, big turnaround first. He'll hold up there. And Hawaii's even things up on the hit ledger with their 4th knock.
And just kind of like what we talked about with Gonzalez, you give up the home run, you give up another hit after that, and you kind of check on his headspace a little bit. You start to do that here with Arnett. He's a sophomore. He's not someone who's pitched farther in a ball game than he has tonight in his career. And now that you've paired hits back-to-back, now Wichita State's going to get some action of its own in its bullpen to see if Arnett's nearing the end of his line.
So activity in the bullpen as Jared Quant steps in. Big open stance, hitting it from the left side against the right-hand throwing Arnett. Takemoto, short lead over at first, 1-1, bottom of the 4th inning. And Arnett deals. That one fouled off at the plate. Well, like we also said, Josh, it seems to take Hawaii a little while to get going offensively, and you hope that home run to center field off the bat of Ziegler-Namoa kind of kickstarts this offense here on this Thursday night. Game started an hour later than usual. Only 1 hour, but it feels so different.
It does.
But we still had a nice turnout of fans here for this one on a school night, the 0-1. Well, looks at that one a bit high and outside.
The smallest crowd of the year.
Yeah, but still a decent crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. You wonder what the difference an hour would have made in this crowd.
Not a whole lot, I don't think. Games on television. Tomorrow's Aloha Friday. People have to go to work, go to school. But there'll be a big crowd out here tomorrow night and Saturday night, I would imagine, as well. Even though you have the Rainbow Wahine playing Saturday against UC San Diego, riding with a 15-game winning streak. Unbelievable. 2 balls and a strike now. The count to Quant. Takemoto still at first, 1 away. Arnett from the stretch, turns, fires to first. He throws it away. He'll go into foul territory. He'll go up the line, going to second, rounding second on his way to third is Takemoto. He'll slide in before the throw. A 2-bag error on the pitcher Arnett, trying to pick off Takemoto at first. And Itsuki standing at third, 90 feet away with the go-ahead run.
Arnett may have also committed a mental error in that too. That throw that came from foul territory was on a rope toward third, and Arnett decided to cut it off when there might have been a chance to play at Takemoto at third. Instead, he stood right in the middle, took it, and kept them from having a chance at getting Takemoto. So now the go-ahead run is 90 feet away.
So if you're Jared Quant right here in this situation with a 2-ball, 1-strike count, you're looking for a fastball that you can pull towards the right side, or at least get one in the air deep enough to score Takemoto from third. So we'll see if Arnett can buckle down. 2 balls, 1 strike to Quant. The pitch, it's a bunt, it's a squeeze, it's going to work. Arnett up with it, the throw to first, short hops, hanging on to it is Callahan, but coming in from third on the suicide squeeze is Takemoto on the bunt, sacrifice bunt by Quant, and it's a 2-1 Hawaii advantage now.
You know what? Before the game, they were working on bunting, and was watching Lindsey Meggs, Hawaii assistant coach, almost seemed to give a master class in bunting, and Quant was one of those guys they were working with on stance, squatting, and squaring, and that worked out there because it turned into a perfect suicide squeeze.
Was not expecting that as Draven Nushita steps into third baseman. Wichita struck out looking in the second, but was the hero last Friday night with the walk-off win to start the season. So 2 runs across here in the 4th inning, 2-1 Hawaii leads, and Arnett fires. That ball bounced back up the middle behind the bag at second. The shortstop Johnson brings it over to first in time for out number 3. However, Hawaii comes up with a pair of runs, the big hit, the solo home run by Ben Ziegler-Namoa, and then the squeeze bunt by Jared Quant. So 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no Wichita State errors, and you're right. There was 1 Wichita State error, a big one, on that throwing error by Arnett, and nobody left on base. We played 4 complete. It's now Hawaii 2, Wichita State 1. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Ukea Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAND. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
When you got the hungries, go to Young's Fish Market in Honolulu. Young's Fish Market is your headquarters for an extensive menu full of local favorites. Get the Lau Lau plate, Kalua pig, or the beef stew. How about tripe stew, pipi kaula, lomi salmon, and squid luau. Get 10% off for Military Monday, Senior Tuesdays 60 and over, or every day for EMS, law enforcement, and firefighters. Just show your ID. Visit youngsfishmarket.com, home of the famous Wow Lao Lao.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
We played 4 innings here in Manoa. Hawaii 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. For the Shockers, a run on 4 hits and 1 error. And the night for Sebastian Gonzalez is pow. Unofficially have 4 innings, 4 hits, a run, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. Is that what you have, Josh?
That's exactly what I have.
And so Hawaii's going to go to the bullpen and bring in right-hander Freddie Rodriguez. And this call to the bullpen is brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussions.com. Rodriguez, a 6'3", 210-pound right-handed junior out of West Sacramento, California. Began his college career at Cal Poly. We saw him last weekend against Marshall a couple of times, Josh, and he was very impressive.
Yeah, certainly the exact opposite of his short time at Cal Poly. 3 1/3 innings, struck out 2, walked 1, an unearned run against his ledger. But they were confident about him coming in. They felt like he was one of those guys that could be a middle, late inning guy, a trustworthy reliever, and he's given good glimpses of that here through the first 4 games of the year. And now it seems like a potential couple innings you could ask for from him here if he can keep it clean.
Yeah, I think he can give you at least 2, if not 3 innings. Yeah. We'll see how things go. He's going to face the bottom half of the order, 8, 9, and then 1. It's going to be Cole Dillon, the catcher, third baseman Jordan Black, and then top of the order, Camden Johnson, the shortstop. Shockers got their lone run on a solo home run by Josh Livingston down the right field line last inning, and Hawaii responded with 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th, but by pulling out Sebastian Gonzalez after 4 innings, he will not factor one way or the other in the final decision. So in steps Dillon, the catcher, singled back in the 3rd inning, and the pitch from Rodriguez is low and inside, 1-0. Dillon kind of filling in for their number 1 catcher, who's a preseason all-conference selection. Really good catcher, probably the best catcher in the American Conference. He's been out. 1-0 pitch, swung on a miss.
Mauricio Millan, who hasn't been able to get out there this year, one of 4 preseason all-conference selections this Wichita State team had.
Yeah, this is a team last year under first-year head coach Brian Green, made it all the way to the AAC championship game. They lost 11-10 to Tulane. 1-1 misses, 2 balls and 1 strike. And they're picked to finish 2nd this year to, I believe, East Carolina. Mm-hmm. East Carolina's been a pretty good program for a while now. But the American Athletic Conference, good baseball conference, 2-1 pitch. Pop foul, right side, giving chase to right fielder Quan. He'll run out of room as that one is over near the Heineken Hangout. It's not as strong a baseball conference as the Big West, but there are some good teams. And as always, you want to beat these non-conference teams, and then you hope they go out and they do well. Like this weekend, we're hoping Marshall can beat Georgia Tech a couple times. The 2-2 from Rodriguez, called strike 3 at the knees. Absolutely froze the hitter, Dillon. Strikeout number 1 for Rodriguez, 5th strikeout for Hawaii pitching without a walk. Last week, Hawaii pitching 30 strikeouts to only 10 walks.
Just like old times. Last year was like that too.
Yeah. I mean, 3-1 is really good. Yeah. And they're 3.5-1 right now. So 1 down, base is empty here in the top of the 5th inning. Jordan Black, the third baseman. Popped out to the shortstop, Iquez, back in the third. Steps in from the right side. Rodriguez fires the pitch down for a strike. Looking out towards the flags right now in right center field. And they're kind of just lazily laying there, hanging there. Cool evening, or at least a comfortable evening. The 0-1 pitch. Gonzalez doesn't get the call there. It's 1-1. But about as nice a night for a baseball game, because it can get chilly out by Hawaii standards. It gets chilly.
Yeah.
If you're listening in Wichita, we apologize, but like 70s cold to us. But the next pitch, cut on and miss. 1-2 now, the count to Black. But it can get chilly down there at night when the wind is blowing. You might get the wind chill into the upper 60s. That's 2 blanket weather as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
Bouncing ball. Past the diving second baseman into center field. Now be a base hit. Good averted by Sakaino. Had to go to his right. And Black's ball just out of his reach. So a 1-out single to center field for Black. And we'll head to the top of the order. And Camden Johnson, the shortstop, who is grounded out and singled. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Hawaii. 1-5-1 for the Shockers. Nice lead over at first. Cooney holding the runner aboard. That's Black as he fouls that one up and out of play. We were mentioning Hawaii was 10 for 10 last week when it came to the stolen base category. Wichita State, on the other hand, they were 0 for 3.
Right.
So they're not going to probably run as much this weekend as Hawaii, but you never know. But they do have more power than Hawaii. But let's be honest, probably most teams do.
Yeah.
This is a Hawaii team that does not have a lot of power.
But you don't need power to win.
No, you don't. But Ben Ziegler and Namoa show that every once in a while they do have power. 0-1 pitch way outside. Ziegler and Namoa with his first home run of the season last inning, first Hawaii home run of the season. Another pretty nice lead over at first from Black. See if Rodriguez goes over there. No, he'll bring it down. And that ball hit in the air out towards right center field. Coming in on the run, Miura makes the easy catch 2 away. What did you think about the pitching last week? And the starters' ERA was like around 7.
Yeah.
But the bullpen won something. Under 2, the bullpen collectively had an ERA that was just stunning. Here's Caleb Duncan, the center fielder.
Yeah, and certainly Freddie Rodriguez was the highlight of that. But that's the thing we were most excited about, I think, with watching this group between Rodriguez, Zach Ten, Ethan Thomas, Liam O'Brien.
Mm-hmm.
That's a loaded bullpen right now.
Duncan waits. Rodriguez set at the belt from the stretch, fires the first pitch, fastball high.
If you're looking for excitement when you're talking about pitching, something you and I talked about last week, we'll see Cooper Walls get a start.
I'm looking
on
forward to
Saturday.
that. Yeah, but we're not going to be here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You'll have Harry Kuroda.
Yeah, Harry's going to do that game.
And who's doing the game with Harry?
Air.
Oh, the 1-0 pitch showing bunt, pulling it back is the hitter Duncan. That one misses. 2 balls and no strikes. So Harry,
we'll watch from live stats.
Well, yeah, I'll be at basketball next door, and you'll be
in San Diego.
You'll be in San Diego eating some good Mexican food.
I don't have time to eat good Mexican food.
You talk about a commando raid, in and out. You're there at the game and go home. The 2-0 Bouncing ball foul, third base line.
But I asked Rich Hill about it during our pregame interview, and I said, I know he doesn't like to he doesn't like the word potential, but he said that does fit with Cooper Walls. I mean, this is a glimpse into the future potentially if he can go out and look good.
Everybody I've talked to said this kid is a surefire starting ace type of pitcher. At least has those qualities. A pitch down, off-speed pitch, swung on and missed. So I can't say I'm looking forward to seeing him Saturday because we won't see him, but I'm looking forward to seeing how he pitches on Saturday. Saw him in the alumni game. I think he walked like the first three guys in the alumni game and then threw 3 shutout innings. He's a big, strapping kid, 6'5", and he can throw the ball hard. Here comes the 2-2 with 2 outs, and the slider just misses outside. You can hear the umpires in the stands not agreeing with that call. Jeff Clough, the umpire behind home.
Jeff was right.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jeff was right. In fact, all 3 of these umpires are veteran umpires that have been here many times.
And they are all right now batting 1,000.
Here comes the payoff pitch. Runner goes high, pop up and out of play behind us and onto the roof.
One thing these Hawaii catchers have done well, and this goes back to when Dallas Correa was coaching here.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the Brewers organization now. But
I miss Dallas, by the way.
Me too. I haven't seen him in a few months. But anyway, they do a great job of framing pitches, especially on the outside part of the plate to right-handed hitters. Hawaii catchers have done a phenomenal job of stealing strikes that way.
So 3-2 offering. Called strike 3. He offered, though I don't know if it would have mattered. The umpire was throwing up the right hand, so a strikeout of Duncan to end the 5th inning for Freddie Rodriguez as he strikes out 2 of the 3 outs here in this inning. So no runs, a base hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We'll head to the home half of the 5th inning. Hawaii 2, Wichita State 1. You're listening to Hawaii Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
This place they call paradise, I call my home. Blessed to be born and raised local ground.
With hotels, condo resorts, and vacation rentals on 5 Hawaiian islands, Castle Resorts and Hotels is a Kama'aina favorite. When you need a place to stay to attend a tournament, family function, or a golf getaway, visit castleresorts.com for special Kama'aina rates.
H-A-W-A, 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 there ain't no other place like these islands.
Castle Resorts and Hotels. Born in Hawaii, built on hospitality, inspired by aloha.
H-A-W-A, there ain't no other place like these islands.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Bottom of the 5th inning in Manoa, Hawaii 2, Wichita State 1. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
Your official radio home of University of Hawaii sports is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
So leading off the bottom of the 5th inning will be Aiden Cooney, the first baseman, followed by Connor Palmera, the catcher. And top of the order, Matt Miura, the center fielder, to face Jeremiah Arnett back out there to begin his 5th inning of work. Hawaii was able to touch him for a couple of runs last inning in the first pitch. That one hit well out towards right center field. The center fielder drifting back a couple of feet in front of the warning track. That's Duncan before he makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 away.
That was an adventure for Duncan. Started coming in a little bit, zigzagged back and forth, left to right. I don't think he was even really sure of it once he caught it. That was not an easy ball to track for him.
Duncan's probably still got a little jet lag out there in center field. So here's Connor Palmera, the catcher. Palmera fly to right in the 3rd. Had a couple of big hits in Sunday's victory. You look at him and Faldo, it's going to be kind of a rotating catching gig. I think a lot of it will depend on who's hitting.
Right now, Faldo doesn't have a hit.
No. 1-0 to Connor, who began his career at Hawaii and now is ending his career at Hawaii. And I remember asking you, do you ever remember a player that has done that? And I know I don't ever remember a player that started here.
Pitch clock violation is going to go against the pitcher.
So that's going to be a ball on the ledger.
Brian Green's got an argument about it.
But getting back to that, because Connor Palmera started here and then went to a JC, went to Cal State Bakersfield, right? And then transferred back to Hawaii. Well, there's actually a couple of guys, 2 guys on the Wichita State team that did the exact same thing. They left under the old coach and went to Power 4 schools. And then when Brian Green came in last year, they've transferred back this season to Wichita State, where they started their career. And the home plate umpire talking to Brian Green. Now, we saw this kind of an emphasis last week of the umpires really making sure that the pitchers, at least through the first couple of weekends, pay attention to that pitch clock. The engagement with the batter was another thing we saw called on a couple of Hawaii batters or pitchers last weekend. So it's 2 balls and no strikes to Palmera, and the pitch high and inside. Count goes 3-0.
And I think on that last one, as we're going to get a mound visit, as that one was very close inside. I think they thought that the pitcher was stepping off to try to get time, but time wasn't granted. And so that clock keeps ticking and ticking, and then you don't realize that. You see, it kept going down 2-1, and then see the entire Hawaii dugout aware of the clock. They were yelling out, and I think that helped get the attention of the home plate umpire, who ultimately gave the ball because of the pitch clock.
But he stepped off the rubber, but he didn't ask for time.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to step off, you might want to say, hey, I'm stepping off.
Put your hands up.
Or something. So the home plate umpire said, hey, I'm just going to leave him.
And that's why Brian Green really didn't argue that much.
No. Here's the 3-0 to Palmera. And there's an obligatory strike right down the heart of the plate. They expect Palmera to pull the 3-1 at the knees, the fastball, and the count goes full. Still get activity in the Wichita State bullpen. See a lefty down there beginning to hurl.
J.C. Termody is the lefty.
The payoff. Palmera turns on that one, hits a high fly ball, playable out in left field, drifting to his left, the left fielder. That's Gustafson to make the catch, and there's 2 down. So for Arnett, on a bullpen type of night, if you're Brian Green, you've got to be really happy with what he's given you. He's 1 out away from giving you 5 pretty solid innings. Hawaii does lead 2-1. And Brian Green just didn't want to mess up the order that started last weekend with their Friday, Saturday, Sunday series with McNeese. He says early in the year, want to give them the full week off. So today was going to kind of be approached a little bit differently than the next 3 games, at least by the starting pitching of Wichita State. As the pitch down to Miura is high and inside. Matt, leading things off, has flied to center a pair of times. He's 0 for 2. And the next pitch bounced in the hole at short. Diving stop by the shortstop. He gets up. The throw will be very late. Good effort by Johnson just to keep it in the infield. But safe at first base will be Matt Miura. I was surprised that Johnson was able to even field that ball. He was in the green of shallow left, popped up to his knees and the long throw, and there was no way he was going to get Miura. So hit number 5 of the game for Hawaii with 2 outs, a runner aboard. Here's Shunsuke Sakino, the second baseman. Sakino has doubled, and he's fouled out. The reigning Big West Conference offensive or field player of the week, and now we're going to get time called. We're going to have a pitching visit.
Anthony Claggett, the pitching coach, coming out. They've had a lefty and a righty kind of throwing out there. I think that's, well, they've got a couple of number changes too. But anyway, that's Mason Munns, who is the other pitcher who's throwing. So they've had a lefty and a righty going, and I think they've actually made the call out of the pen.
I do too, because they're not warming up on the bump anymore, and I think this is one. Yep. They're going to signal to the bullpen. That's too bad for Arnett, who I thought he pitched pretty well. Gives up a 2-out knock. And so he'll go 4 2/3 innings. And they'll leave it up to the reliever who's coming in to try to close the door on this inning. Hawaii leads 2-1. So who do we have as our new pitcher there?
That's going to
Josh?
be J.C. Dermody, the junior from Des Moines Area Community College, 6'4", 180-pound left-hander who pitched an inning last weekend. That was it. So Hawaii will get its first look at the left-hander, and I would imagine that you might see him a couple of times this weekend, especially if you're seeing him tonight. Not just this weekend, you should also throw out that Monday game against Chaminade. So there's an opportunity for a couple of appearances for the left-hander.
So Dermody comes out, begins his warm-up tosses with a runner at first base and 2 outs here in the 5th inning. Did you find it a little interesting that they took Arnett out?
I thought the time was coming at some point. I mean, his pitch count was in the 60s. We're talking about someone who's never pitched more than 2 1/3 innings in his career. So to your point, you made a great point. He gave them everything he could have possibly given them, maybe and then some, given his effort. 2 strikeouts and a walk, 4 2/3 innings, 2 runs, 1 earned on 5 hits, 61 pitches, 37 of them for strikes. I'd say you got to be pretty happy with Jeremiah Arnett that it's 2-1 game with him exiting.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised that you take him out after kind of a routine base hit there with 2 outs in the 4th inning, only because the only way he'll factor in a decision, and if you're a coach, you don't think about this stuff, but would be as the losing pitcher. But if he could have gotten through 5 and let's say they take a lead and end up winning it, he could have gotten a win. But
or the only thing they
early
think
in the season, stuff I don't think coaches or most players really care. They just want a team win.
Or the only thing they think about here is, well, Dermody's a left-hander, Sakino's a left-handed hitter, so maybe play the matchup here for this at-bat and take it from there.
That's a good point. So Mira over at first on the infield single, and here comes Sakino. Shunsuke. Hard to believe, just 6 days ago, he wasn't even the starting second baseman.
Yeah, they liked the matchup with Lancaster at second base. They were going matchups against the pitcher. You can throw that out the window now.
Yeah, I think Sakino, at least for right now, has supplanted himself at second base, regardless if it's a lefty or righty matchup. Sakino waits. The throw over the first, and back into the bag is Miura.
Got to respect his speed. 3 for 3 or 1 for 1 in stolen bases this year, but has stolen quite a few last year.
Dermody has yet to throw a pitch to Sakino. Here's the first one. It's high. Well, you get back to Zage Lancaster. Also, remember, he was at New Mexico State his first 2 years. He redshirted last year. He had labrum surgery. So he is still trying to get to 100% when it comes to throwing the 1-0 way outside. We did see Lancaster play second. We saw him play a little third last week. He'll find a spot. That's the one thing about this team. There's so much depth. You mentioned there goes the runner, the pickoff attempt. They go to first for 1. The relay back to the shortstop, who applies the tag for out number 3. And Muir is a dead duck. 1-3-6. Caught stealing. They were waiting for it, and eventually the Shockers got him. So that's it for the Bows here in the 5th inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 5 here in Manoa, 2-1 Hawaii. You're listening to Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Lex Brody's Tire Company would like to say thank you very much for supporting UH. Wear your favorite UH gear into Lex Brody's and get an extra 5% off tires, brakes, and most other services on top of LexBrodys.com Super Saver coupons. You're the best fans, and Lex Brody's voted #1 in North America is the best choice for brake repairs and to purchase tires. Please visit LexBrodys.com for additional details and to set an online appointment.
Thank you very
Lex
much.
Brody's Tire Company.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's long-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Visit LexBrodys.com for the best tire value on Oahu. Thank you very much.
Lex Brody's Tire Company.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
After 5 in Manoa, Hawaii leads it 2-1 over Wichita State, and the 6th inning is brought to you by Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union for life. Freddie Rodriguez out to begin his 2nd inning of relief. The starter, Sebastian Gonzalez, went 4 innings, allowed a run on 4 hits, did not walk a batter, and struck out 4. And for Freddie Rodriguez, struck out 2 of the batters he faced last inning. As Jaden Gustafson, the left fielder, will step in 0 for 2 on the day. Gustafson hitting in the 3 spot, bats from the left side, right-hand throwing Gonzalez, and that one fouled out towards the bullpen of Hawaii down the left field line. So you have Gustafson, followed by Rogers, and then Livingston. Livingston responsible for the only run of the game for Wichita State back in the 4th inning, a home run over the right field wall. 0-1 to Gustafson. Rodriguez pitching from the stretch brings the pitch down, and that one fouled into the mitt of Palmera. 0-2. Hawaii, Wichita State again tomorrow. 6:05. Our pregame show, 6:35 first pitch. Josh and I will be back with you on what should be a fun Friday night at the Yard. I think there's going to be a big crowd on hand. The 0-2 from Rodriguez. Show me pitch way outside. But we don't want to scare people away. We want people to come out. But we expect there'll be a nice crowd. No competition. Except for the high school basketball.
That's next door.
Yeah. A 1-2. Lifted foul.
Get down here as soon as you get off of work or as soon as you get the kids, get some parking, get in here, get something to eat early before first pitch. You'll be good.
Yeah.
St. Louis going to try for another state championship. They won earlier today. They'll face Punahou tomorrow night.
So Punahou beat University High, I'm assuming.
Uh-huh.
I was at the Kailua University High game last night over at Moanalua. The 1-2 pitch, called strike 3. On the inside corner fastball, the hitter knew it. Gustafson just turned around and began his walk to the dugout. That's the 3rd strikeout for Rodriguez, and an inning in the 3rd. 7 strikeouts, no walks for Hawaii pitching to this point.
And all of them backward Ks.
Looking. So Jordan Rogers, the right fielder, he's 0 for 2 on the night with a strikeout. Rodriguez is dealing out of the bullpen so far. He starts off the batter with a pitch, fouled right side, first base side, foul territory. Cooney running over and runs out of room as that ball lands over near the pregame show hangout where Game On is, where we hang out.
Gonna watch for Pal down there.
Yeah, the Pal pen. He's got a lot of people that look out for Pal down there.
Does he really?
Oh, yes. He's earned it.
Yeah. Well, that got close because he took the headset off.
Pal's not going to get up and run. But somebody will come over there and protect him, I guarantee you. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. The 0-1 breaking ball is down for a strike. Rodriguez just, even Gonzalez, and maybe he gave up that home run, but I thought he pitched fine. Both pitchers have been right around the plate, forcing the hitters to make contact. Both teams with 5 hits here in the top of the 6th inning. 2-1 Hawaii leads. And the next pitch from Rodriguez, they appeal down the first. They say no. The Rogers did not go around, though he thought about it. And that kind of just tells you that fastball, that was on the inside corner. That looked pretty good from here.
Yeah.
Looking at the TV replay. Rogers was looking for something outside on the outer half of the plate. So 1-2. Rodriguez brings down the pitch. Cut on and miss. Did he get a piece of it? He did. He just got a piece of it, fouled it off at the plate to stay alive. Hawaii and Wichita State have battled for many, many years. I mean, they must have played each other for a good, 25 years in a row or something at least. Every year they did. And this is the first time they've met each other since 2013. That's a long time. The 1-2. Low and outside the breaking ball.
You still got him to lean, though. That's a good-looking slider.
Yeah. So if I'm Gonzalez right here, I'm firing a fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away, bases empty. Here comes the pitch. Lofted foul. Up and out of play onto the roof on the right side. We've got a lot of balls on the roof tonight.
We have. And that was a fastball, by the way.
It was. They're going to go with your best pitch.
We've had a lot of balls on the roof. And we've had shattered glass on a light here in the upper level.
Yeah, sometimes you go to baseball games, they have that fake glass breaking sound. This was
Hate
real.
that.
This was real. The 2-2. Off the hands, popped up on the infield first base side. Cooney comes over and makes the grab almost parallel with first base for out number 2. That time, that fastball again had late live movement on it right off the hands of Rogers. So here's Josh Livingston, the second baseman. The man responsible for the only run of the game came in the 4th inning when he hit a ball over the right field wall that we thought was going foul because we were watching Quant. And Quant knew there was no chance to catch it, so he just kept on jogging in the foul territory. I'm thinking that's where the ball is, and it's well past that and over the wall. Livingston from the left side. The pitch from Rodriguez. High bounder back up the middle. Actually, that's going to be caught. That was caught. I thought that was a bouncing ball. Instead, it was just a little looper behind the bag, and the shortstop Iquez makes the catch for out number 3 in a 1-2-3 6th inning for Mr. Rodriguez. No runs, no hits, no Hawaii errors, and nobody left on base. We played 5.5, 2-1 Hawaii. You're listening to Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
At Dow Electric Supply, we're your local-based company with your needs in mind. We see the light in Hawaii, and rest assured, we are with you all the way. Our sales counter and will call are here to serve Hawaii's electricians, developers, utility companies, businesses, and homeowners. The Dial Lighting Gallery showroom is open by appointment only. Go online to www.dialelectricsupply.com. Open weekdays from 7 to 3. At Dial Electric Supply, we see the light.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Ukea Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAND. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Shunsuke Sakaino will lead things off for the Bows here in the bottom of the 6th inning, leading it 2-1. Sakaino was at the plate when Matt Miura got picked off trying to steal second base. And I believe, are we going to have a new pitcher, or is this still Dermody? Still Dermody, right?
Yep.
So J.C. Dermody, who came in relief with 2 outs last inning, will begin his first full inning of work. Jeremiah Arnett started the game with 4 2/3 innings, and he is on the hook for the loss should his team not come back, tie it, or win it. So Sakino gets another at bat. Good thing for Hawaii. Not such a good thing, I think, for Wichita State. Sakino, Iquez, and Ziegler Namoa here in the 6th inning. Hawaii like to tack on a couple of more runs in this frame, and the pitch down from Dermody misses outside and low. Hawaii 4-0 to begin the season. Wichita State at 1-2. The next pitch down to Sakino, and he was going to square to bunt. That pitch went over him. He had to squat out of the way. That thing almost hit him, right?
That wasn't even close to hitting him. That was a good couple feet over his head.
Yeah, that's true. Good thing
I was about to say.
He's not tall.
No. Dermody's 6'4". That left arm is like a moving target. It is wild and all over the place.
It definitely was on that pitch. And now Dermody wants to step off the rubber and climb back on. He's ready. He brings the pitch high. Jumping up was Dillon to hold that one from going to the backstop. And all of a sudden, Dermody, he's kind of like the guy from Major League. He's going to fire it to the bowl.
You see everybody run over to the mound and say, settle down, young man.
Yeah, they called time. The catcher, Dillon, went out there, and the entire infield sprinted.
You notice the thing there, too? You mentioned Dermody stepped off the rubber, but he never asked for time.
No, he didn't.
Pitch clock kept rolling. It was at 4 when he stepped off, jumped right back on, then had to fire with short notice. And, he's that wild left arm is nowhere close.
Well, Hawaii would be all in favor of taking a leadoff walk to begin things here in the 6th. All the scoring has taken place in one inning. The 1 run in the top of the 4th inning for the Shockers and the 2 runs in the bottom of that frame for Hawaii. Well, the visit is Powell. The infielders go back to their spots. Dillon, the catcher, back behind the plate. And the 3-0 pitch is down for a strike to Sakino. How does that always happen? It's unbelievable, right? And then he throws one right down the heart of the plate.
All of a sudden, he had control.
Yeah. The 3-1 to Sakino, breaking pitch high and inside. There's ball 4. And that's the second walk issued by Wichita State pitching here this evening. But it's an important one, Josh, because it's a leadoff walk. And how many times do we see the case where a leadoff walk eventually comes around and scores quite a bit? And now you have Elijah Iquez, who has struck out and popped up, more than likely in a sacrifice situation where he'll try to bunt Sakino over to second unless Sakino tries to steal it outright.
And Shinsuke does have 3 stolen bases leading the team.
Black, the third baseman, in on the green of the infield. The pitch not showing bunt, swinging and fouling it back off the netting is Iquez. Every coach has their own philosophy as to when they want to move a runner over. You just show bunt, and Iquez is showing bunt now this time. Third baseman creeping up to throw the first. Back to the bag is Sakino. You do have Ziegler Namoa on deck, and he drove one over the center field wall back in the 4th inning. Iquez again squares from the right side of the batter's box, pulls back and takes it inside.
Tyler Dobbs, a left-hander up and loosening for Wichita State. They have a righty that's just started as well. So they've got some options depending how this inning goes.
Iquez again squaring. Black coming in down the line from third. Iquez pulls it back, swings, pops it up into shallow center field. In front of the H in center field is Duncan, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. Not a good at-bat for Iquez right there. So I can't remember where I heard it. Maybe I was when I was listening to you this afternoon driving in. But somebody said something like, now that the H logo is out in center field, it's Matt Miura's job to defend the H.
Oh, I was not up here when that was said.
I don't remember where I heard it. I thought maybe I heard it on your show or talking to some baseball people, but I thought, yeah, that's kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
You go out there, defend the H.
Defend the H. I like that.
Here's Ben Ziegler Namoa. Hit one over the 385 sign in center field, his last at-bat. So kind of short lead over at first. Modi taking his time. He'll bring it to the plate. It's inside. Dylan had to backhand that one, keep it from going to the backstop. 2-1 Hawaii, bottom of the 6th inning. In the series opener on kind of a laid-back, lazy Thursday evening. The next pitch down into the carpet. 2 balls and no strikes. I'll tell you what, if you're listening somewhere outside of Hawaii and you have X, or as I still call it, Twitter, X Josh on the radio, at Josh on the radio, tell us where you're listening from.
Yeah. Well, why don't you want see a pitching coach?
I'm not a
Anthony
big
Pike.
social media guy like you, Josh, so I figured.
So you just volunteered mine.
I volunteered
Okay.
you without telling you.
Okay.
Yeah, here goes pitching coach. If you're into that stuff, I barely can open up Facebook. So we'll get him.
You can't open up Facebook, but you can open up X.
I can open up
That's
X.
a little backwards.
Why is that?
Because Facebook came before X.
That's true. I can open up Facebook. But I don't have Twitter. I don't have any of those other
Instagram.
No, I don't have Instagram. TikTok. I don't have TikTok.
Yeah.
And we're gonna get another pitcher.
We are. That's going to be it for Drew Modi. And they remove him mid-counts, which we know college baseball coaches don't mind doing. So we just saw someone toss a whole bunch of sunflower seeds. That's Tyler Dobbs, who's going to come out of the Wichita State bullpen. Dobbs, a 6'3", 210-pound sophomore from Louisville, Texas. So he's another guy that comes in a little bit lanky, a little bit of height, and comes in mid-count in one of these 2-1 tight games, middle innings. Both teams have been just kind of fishing around for offense a little bit, and Hawaii trying to take advantage of a leadoff base runner. And Wichita State's done the best job it can to try to hold down Hawaii's offense.
Well, Dobbs did not pitch in the series against McNeese. I wonder if he is one of the guys that got hurt and wasn't able to pitch in the series last weekend. So Arnett started the game for the Shockers, went 4 2/3 innings. Dermody goes 2/3, and now it's up to Dobbs as Hawaii has a base runner with one away here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Hawaii 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Wichita State a run on 5 hits and 1 error. So Ziegler Namoa will have a 2-ball, no strike count when he comes to the plate. Now for score-keeping purposes, if you take over on a 2-ball, no strike count, if you end up walking the guy, it's on you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it was a 3-ball, no strike count and you throw a ball, that walk is issued to the guy prior.
You know what a coach would say? No matter what, it's on you.
No, that's probably true.
Hawaii baseball on ESPN Honolulu, brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company. Wear your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. 6-4 record for Dobbs last year, made 9 starts, an ERA at just over 4.5 in 57 1/3 innings. 46 strikeouts to 31 walks for the 6'3 sophomore from Louisville, Texas. Team ERA coming in 6.48 for Wichita State. Teams hit 293 against them. But so far, pretty admirable showing for this Wichita State pitching staff. And as you said, I think you were absolutely right. As you said, this is kind of like a staffed game because they didn't want to mess with their original rotation. And you know how staffed games can get pretty wild sometimes.
They can.
This has been anything but.
But it's not a Rich Hill staff game
Right.
where there's going to be 9 pitchers and 9 innings. I mean, Arnett did give them almost 5 innings of work. So kind of more, I think it's more of an approach like a midweek game would be for a lot of teams when they play those Tuesday games, those single contests. So Dobbs' pal with his warm-up tosses. Ben Ziegler Namoa, the Tongan, steps in from the left side. So Kino, who reached on a walk to lead off the inning, still over at first. And 1 away in the bottom of the 6th inning. Dobbs will go to first. Wichita State obviously quite aware of the success Hawaii had on the base paths last weekend. So far, Hawaii's tried 2 stolen bases, and they've been gunned down. If you're Ben right now, Ziegler Namoy, you're just looking to get a base hit. A lot of room down the right field line. The right fielder playing shaded towards left. The throw to first gets away from the first baseman. And going down the second base will be Sakino on the error. We'll see who they charge that on. They're going to have to look at the TV replay if it's on the pitcher or if it's on the first baseman.
I feel like that was catchable. Oh, they're gonna give it to the pitcher though.
Okay, I did too. That's why I said he got away from the first baseman because I don't think he was paying attention. Hawaii will take it. Second error of the game on the Shockers. Second error by a pitcher. And Sakino now in scoring position with 2-ball, no strike count to Ben Ziegler-Namoa. Base hit right here. Should score the runner. And the pitch comes inside. So it's 3 balls and no strikes. Now, we saw quite a bit in that Marshall series early in the season. The bullpen for the Thundering Herd struggled.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how the bullpen for Wichita State does here in week number 2. Their numbers from last week, pitching-wise, weren't that great.
No.
So 3 balls, no strikes to Ziegler-Namoa. Sakino out at first. The lefty Dobbs checks the runner back at the bag, brings down the pitch, and there's a strike to BZN, as folks refer to him.
Do they?
Yes, you've never heard that term, BZN?
No.
Even some of his teammates call him BZN. It's just, the acronym for his name.
Sure.
3-1 to Ziegler-Namoa, and there's ball 4. Good eye by Ben, who has always had a good eye. His second walk drawn here tonight as he trots down to first base. Sakino will stay at second. And we'll see what Itsuki Takemoto can do. Itsuki flied out to left back in the first inning.
Well, it's actually going to be a pinch hitter. They're going to go with Sage Lancaster.
Oh, we're just talking about Sage. I don't think this is a bad move. So Lancaster will come in and pinch hit for Takemoto with 2 aboard, 1 out here in the 6th inning. I don't think this is a bad idea right here.
Right-handed hitter against the lefty on the mound. Play your matchups.
And I still think Itsuki looks a little uncomfortable at the plate. Not fully comfortable, at least. And there's first pitch down to Lancaster, and that misses. Mentioned Lancaster earlier in the broadcast. Got the start in game 1 against Marshall. He went 5 for 18 last weekend. He hit 278. He had a double and 3 RBIs. A base hit right here would probably score at least 1. And the pitch down to Lancaster, breaking ball inside and low. 2 balls and no strikes. And, well, we saw Dermody walk a batter this inning, and now we've seen Dobbs do the same thing. And you wonder how deep does Brian Green want to really go to his bullpen in game 1 of a series, right? If you're Hawaii, at least, if you're Hawaii, you have a deep bullpen. I'm not sure about the Shockers, how deep they are right now. The 2-0. Lancaster looks at that one away. 3-0. And we're going to begin to get some activity now in the Shocker bullpen. 1 down, 2 on. 2-1 our score. Hawaii leads, bottom of the 6th inning. If you're Lancaster, you're taking all the way, I would think. No, he's going to act like he's going to bunt. He's not going to bunt. He's going to pull back, and he'll take the strike. He was taking that all the way. As Rich Hill down in the third base coaching box did not break a bone in that hand when he took that line drive, which is unbelievable. Doesn't your hand have like 100 bones or something like that?
Something like that.
And he didn't break.
They just called a pitch clock violation. Did they just call that on the hitter? They called that on the hitter.
Really?
Yeah, so that's an engagement issue on Lancaster.
So that puts another strike on the board, which now makes it a 3-ball, 2-strike count to Lancaster. So that's a benefit to Dobbs if he can find the strike zone. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The payoff down to Lancaster, and he spoils that one down the right field line and out of play over towards the bullpen. Both runners
going,
I was going to say, by the way, both runners were going on that pitch. Start him up again?
Why not? I mean, right now you're dealing with a pitcher that's just having a hard time throwing strikes. You just gifted him one.
Well, you do have Callahan, the first baseman, playing off the bag at first, so he's not holding Ziegler and Namoa, and you have Sakine over at second. We'll see if Rich is going to do it one more time. Wouldn't surprise me. Pick up Tempak at second base. That ball thrown away. It'll go into center field, and trotting over to third on the error is Sakine. Could that be our third error on a Wichita State pitcher? It is. The second one on Dobbs in this inning. He squared, turned around, and threw a low one into the carpet, and it bounced away from Johnson, the shortstop, went into center field. Duncan retrieved it, but Sakine can hustle. He was already at third, so runners on the corners now with a 3-ball, 2-strike count to Lancaster. Lancaster wants to put one in the air right here. The payoff pitch down to Zage. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Picked up by the shortstop. They go to second for one. Back to first. In time. Double play. Oh, nice job by Johnson. The shortstop went behind the bag at second. Fielded it. Got it over to Livingston, who quickly turned it over to Callahan. 6-4-3. Twin killing. And just like that, the Hawaii threat is extinguished here in the 6th inning. So for Hawaii, no runs, no hits, no shocker errors, and a runner left on base. Oh, great defense by Wichita State. We played 6, Hawaii 2, Shockers 1. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Aloha. My name is Gino Sequena, Executive Director of the Hawaii Building and Construction Trades Council, an organization that has served Hawaii for over 6 decades. We are one big ohana of the top 15 construction trade unions in Hawaii, and it's highly likely that you, your friends, or family members are employed by one of our trades. No matter where you go in Hawaii, you're bound to see one of the projects or communities we have helped build and sustain. Mahalo to all of you for your support to help us in working together to build a better tomorrow.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for glory.
Contractor's license number C19140.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu. Brought to you by Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union.
Well, if people still keep score at home or in the ballpark, I would circle that at bat because Johnson potentially made a game-saving type of defensive play behind the bag at second. Not only that, but be able to get the ball to Livingston, who quickly turned the double play, and Hawaii had 2 aboard with 1 out, and that 6-4-3 twin killing put a dagger in Hawaii's hopes in the 6th inning. So we got ourselves quite a game. 2-1 Hawaii, top of the 7th inning to take you the rest of the way. My brother, Josh Pacheco.
Scotty, thank you. 2-5-0 for Hawaii, 1-5-3 for Wichita State. Cam Durnan doubled his last time up, and the first pitch from Freddie Rodriguez is lifted out of play, fouled back. Durnan fouled out to right back in the second, doubled to right in the fourth. Rodriguez has done a solid job out of the pen on in the 5th and has quieted Wichita State. 0-1. Fastball snaps in for a strike. It's 0-2. Rodriguez is coming into the game. 3 strikeouts a hit. This is his 8th batter faced. 5 1/3 innings so far of relief. He has just allowed 1 unearned run. Breaking ball, waiting at it, missed for out number 1. K number 4 for Rodriguez, and that's the first one swinging. Here as we start the top of the 7th inning. Hawaii Baseball brought to you by the Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association. They are hiring journeymen and apprentices. Grow your career and go to hwcia.com. That's hwcia.com today to apply. Ryan Callahan 0 for 2. Foul out to left his last time up. The righty Rodriguez standing, waiting, now delivers. That's a fastball snapping over the outside corner for a strike. And Rodriguez's stuff looks good here so far. It's 0-1. Sebastian Gonzalez started, went 4 innings. He leaves with a no decision. Run on 4 hits with 4 Ks. 0-1 from Rodriguez. That runs down and inside. 1-1. Hawaii pitching has not walked a batter. 4 games, 6 innings in here, just 10 walks from Hawaii pitching. 1-1. The pitch from Rodriguez. Fastball just nicks the outside corner to the left-handed hitter, and Rodriguez asks where that pitch was, nods his head, and will collect himself once again. Cole Dillon on deck. 1-2. Rodriguez winds and fires. That's a fastball upstairs. Zach 10 up and loosening in the Hawaii bullpen. We saw him kind of milling around earlier. But as you get to the later innings, you know that 10 is going to be one of those late inning guys for this Hawaii team. 2-2. Fastball, slow roller left side. Shortstop Iquez charges, sets, throws to first. It's there in time, 2 down. Just challenged him right in on his hands. That was weakly rolled toward Iquez. 2 down, nobody on. 2-1 Hawaii in the top of the 7th inning. And here's Cole Dillon. Singled in the 3rd, struck out looking in the 5th. It is 1:47 in Wichita right now. As the pitch is a changeup, missing a bit high. 1,516 through the door tonight. Tickets issued 3,080. Thursday night, late start. We got underway at 7:35 tonight. 1-0. Slider right over the heart of the plate. Strike 1. 1-1 to Dillon. So this is going to be kind of a tough night. But hey, for the 1,500 plus that made it, they've gotten a good game to start this 4-game series. 1-1. Fastball off the plate away. Crowd didn't like it, but that was a good call. It's 2-1. Ziegler, Namoa, Miura, Quant left to right in the outfield. Nushida, Iquez, Sakaino, Cooney third to first. Palmera behind the plate. For the righty Rodriguez. Here's his 2-1. That's another breaking ball low and outside. Hawaii hasn't walked the batter yet, but they're close here. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. The story of this game, the 2-run 4th. Ben Ziegler Namoa's solo home run. Fastball, bouncing ball, third base side. That is foul. Count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Ziegler Namoa home run, and then after Itsuki Takimoto singled, he was given 2 bases on a throwing error by the pitcher off a pickoff attempt. And then Jared Quant would bring him home on a suicide squeeze. That run is the difference in this 2-1 game.
Second suicide squeeze already this year.
3-2. There's a slow roller middle of the diamond to his left, Iquez. The shortstop has it. Throws on the run to first in time. And another 1-2-3 frame as Rodriguez has retired 8 in a row out of the bullpen. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Hawaii 2, Wichita State 1. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Building a winning program requires vision, careful planning, and expert execution. Since 1994, Ushijima Architects has provided the highest quality professional planning and design services for various projects throughout our state. Our highly experienced team provides the full spectrum of services, from feasibility studies and master plans to complete architectural design work. Call us today at 808-946-9544. Ushijima Architects is a proud sponsor of University of Hawaii Baseball.
Did you know that concussion doesn't only happen in sports? About 40% of concussions reported are non-sports related. These happen in everyday events such as slips and falls, motor vehicle accidents, and recreational activities like skateboarding and bicycling. Concussion can also occur in unfortunate circumstances like assault and abuse. Be aware of the signs and the symptoms. And if you suspect a concussion, go to your medical doctor to get treated and learn to manage your symptoms. This message brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program.
Aloha, Aloha, this is Stan Mahilona from Sports Stand. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Thank you, Stan. Bottom 7. It's 2-1 Hawaii as Tyler Dobbs is back out after wrapping up the 6th inning and that huge double play, Scott, that really turned the inning from a potentially sour inning for Wichita State to one where it's like it never even happened.
Yeah, Johnson, the shortstop, not only did he save a run, but he also ended the inning.
Yeah.
So he got 2 things done on one play. And now here you go into the bottom of the 7th inning. It's anybody's ball game. It feels like Hawaii's been in control, but it's only 2-1. So Hawaii needs to get a couple of more runs, I feel, to at least make you feel a little bit more confident.
It feels like Hawaii, Wichita State.
It does.
Freddie Rodriguez getting hugs in the bullpen, which gives the impression that his night is over after 3 phenomenal relief innings.
Yeah, he's good.
4 strikeouts and a hit for Rodriguez. Jared Quant will come to the plate to face the left-hander Dobbs. We don't often see Quant hit from the right side.
No, in fact, I almost forgot he was a switch
That's
hitter.
right. And here he is hitting from the right side.
I think he's a better hitter from the left side. But let's see.
Quant has that sac bunt RBI. That's the go-ahead run back in the 4th inning. Pitch to Quant. Well outside, ball 1. Quant, then Draven Nushida and Aiden Cooney, 6, 7, and 8 against, as of right now, Dobbs. 1 ball, no strikes. Third baseman Black creeping in. Pitch is a belt high fastball for strike 1. J.C. Dermody, by the way, 2/3 of an inning in relief of Jeremiah Arnett. Walked 2 through 12 pitches, just 2 of them for strikes.
But got out of it.
Yeah, that's the main thing. 1-1. That's a breaking ball in the carpet. 2 balls and a strike. Jeremiah Arnett, the starter, a career best 4 2/3 innings, 2 runs, 1 earned on 5 hits, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. That unearned run was the run that came in on the suicide squeeze, thanks to the pickoff error by the pitcher. 2-1. Swing and a line back, foul to the backstop. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tomorrow night, it will be Itsuki Takemoto against Brady Hamilton. Sophomores going up against one another, just like tonight, a couple of sophomores.
So the next 3 pitchers we're going to see in this series for Wichita State, Brian Green said they could all be the number 1 guy.
2-2, breaking ball, line right into the glove of a leaping shortstop Johnson. Got up in the air, dove to his right, and made a web gem of a play for out number 1.
He's good. He's really good.
So Quant robbed of a hit, and here's Draven Nushida. My goodness. And it wasn't, he got up quite a bit, but I mean, that was a Superman dive to his right. Camden Johnson is just a sophomore, and I don't think that can be understated because his future is absolutely bright. Pitch to Nushida. Check swing. They will appeal, and he did not go around, says third base umpire Rob McKinley on a breaking ball in the carpet.
Yeah, he's made a couple of really nice defensive plays. At least one of them, you could look back and say that might have been a difference maker, that double play to end last inning.
Johnson comes from an athletic family, but more so on the football side, not necessarily in baseball. Pitch clock down to 1. Here's the offering. It's line back foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. His uncle played for the St. Louis Cardinals in the National Football League going back to the 60s. And then his other uncle is a college football Hall of Famer. Played at Northwestern State. Mark Johnson is his name. 1 ball, 1 strike. The wind in the pitch. A swing and a miss. Got fooled in a breaking ball running down and away. 1-2 to Nushida. But his freshman year, Camden Johnson was an All-American Athletic Conference second-team selection. He did not waste time.
As a freshman, that's pretty darn good.
Yeah. A ball and 2 strikes. Pitch to Nushida. That's a slider low and away. May have been a bit more of a curveball running away from the left-handed hitter. Count even 2-2. 76 miles an hour, just running off the table. 2-2. The wind and the pitch. Fastball. This is lined into right field and a base hit for Nushida. His first hit of the night. And a run on at first now with one out for Aiden Cooney. Cooney in this game singled but was caught stealing in the second. Flied out to center in the fifth. He is 1 for 2. 2 for 9 on the season so far. Let's see how Rich Hill wants to play this one out. I'm a little surprised he's staying with Cooney, being he's a left-handed hitter, but that tells you how good of a first baseman Rich Hill sees him, that he wouldn't bring him out here in the seventh, but we know he loves his matchups. Long peek at first. Pitch to Cooney is outside. 1-0. Nushida at first. 1 for 1 in stolen base opportunities. Hawaii came in 10 for 10. And because baseball is a long, long season, they're 0 for 2 today. Sometimes life balances itself out a tad. 1-0. That's a slider low and away. 2 balls, no strikes. Connor Palmera in the on-deck circle. Hawaii leading 2-1, bottom of the seventh.
I could see Hawaii pinch hitting for him if Cooney can get on base.
Yeah. So throw over to first. That time Cooney did look like he was starting to square, but Nushida does go back. So maybe Wichita State got a little bit of a sniff as to what Hawaii might be thinking. 2-0. The pitch. Fastball. This is ripped into left center field, but diving into his right and making the catch is the center fielder, Duncan. Out number 2, a couple of spectacular defensive plays from Wichita State here in the bottom of the seventh.
And watching Duncan out in center field, he got such a great first step on that. He read the ball off the bat immediately and came into his right and made a terrific catch. You know, it's hard to say Wichita State's a great defensive team when they have 3 errors, but also keep in mind all 3 of those errors were pickoff throws by pitchers, right?
That's right.
The rest of the 8 guys out there have done a pretty good job for the Shockers.
2 down, 1 on. Here is Connor Palmera, but before we see Connor Palmera, we see pitching coach Anthony Claggett, which will likely mean that we will see the end of the line for Tyler Dobbs. What an effort from Arnett to start. Dermody just couldn't throw strikes, but he got a couple of outs. Dobbs has gotten some great help from his defense. That's pretty much saved the day. That key double play, diving catch at short, diving catch out in center. I mean, they've gotten a lot of help. But ultimately, that is going to be the end of the line for Tyler Dobbs. So we got a new pitcher. We'll tell you about him when we come back. A runner on with 2 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Hawaii leads Wichita State 2-1 with this pitching change. We'll step aside for a minute. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for flooring.
Contractor's license number C19140.
NBA Sunday on ESPN Radio. Heated rivals go head-to-head at TD Garden.
Tatum off the bounce for 3. Bottom 36 for Tatum.
Sitting in second and third in the Eastern Conference, the Boston Celtics and New York Knicks face off in a critical clash.
Brunson, crossover to his right, gets contact and knocks down the D2.
The Knicks at the Celtics on ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM at 1420 AM. Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
We'll tell you about the new pitcher, Jack Mounts, here in just a moment. But first, we pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
Your official radio home of University of Hawaii Sports is ESPN Honolulu. KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
Tyler Dobbs went an inning and a third, gave up just a hit. Pretty clean effort for him out of the bullpen, and he'll give way to right-handed senior Jack Mounts, 6'2", 190 pounds, spent some time at Cloud County Community College.
Which is in Kansas.
Yeah.
I do know that college.
Okay. This is one of the great things about seeing transfers. Sometimes there are community colleges we know.
Well, last week there were a couple that we never heard. One was in Nebraska and the other was in Ohio.
Right. So Mounts, this is his Wichita State season debut, and he comes on here in a moment where you've got Draven Nushida still standing at first base. Hawaii's had a couple of hits yanked out thanks to great defensive plays, and Connor Palmera, who's 0 for 2, will step in. So it's a righty versus righty matchup. A couple of flyouts, one to right, one to left for Palmera. If you're just tuning in and you're wondering why we're here, we started at 7:35 because of a uniform delay for Wichita State. Pitch to Palmera, shows bunt, runner goes. Pitch misses low. Here's the throw to second. It gets behind the shortstop who is covering the bag and is backed up by the second baseman. Nushida is going to get the stolen base, and immediately he's in scoring position with 2 out.
I like that aggressiveness.
Yoshida's second stolen base of the season. So that puts Palmera in a spot here where he can drive in runs. He's driven in 3 this year. And he's got pop. I was reminded of that opening weekend many years ago at Arizona State. Fastball high and away, 2 balls, no strikes, where he left the yard there in Tempe. And then, as you said, I mean, he made the trek. He went to Everett Community College, showed some pop there. Last couple of years at Cal State Bakersfield, but only played 10 games last year because of injury. So he ended up redshirting there.
Boy, we'll just take a base hit. Because right now a 3-1 lead looks a lot bigger than 2-1, particularly with the way Hawaii's been pitching out of the bullpen.
Base hits haven't been easy to come by. We've had 6 for Hawaii, 5 for Wichita State. 2-0. Fastball, big swing and a miss. 2-1.
This is the kind of game I kind of expected tonight, particularly with the late start an hour later. A Wichita State team that just got in 24 hours ago or whatever it was. And it's a school night for UH.
Time called. They're reminding the pitcher to engage with the hitter. By the way, with Cal State Bakersfield, former Hawaii player Ty Walton is out there now. I think it's his 3rd stop in 3 years. He was at another school after leaving Hawaii. 2-1 pitch. Fastball right up the middle. That's a base hit. Nushida's rounding third. He's going to come in and score, and Hawaii has extended its lead on the Palmera RBI single. Bows ahead of Wichita State 3-1 here in the 7th.
That is a huge insurance run. And you can see the veteran Palmera just taking his time looking for his pitch. And we saw him have some pretty good hits last weekend. And if he can continue to do that, he'll be the guy behind the plate for most games.
And you go back to that stolen base from Nushida. Hawaii showing aggressiveness on the base paths. If not for that, that run is not in. You might be talking 1st and 2nd, maybe 1st and 3rd with 2 out. But Hawaii's confidence on the bases pays dividends. That run brought to you by Sports Stand Sporting Goods. It's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life. Here's Matt Mura, singled his last time, but was caught stealing. And a pitch to him. Check swing. Slider misses low. 1 ball, no strikes. That run charged to Dobbs.
Not Robs.
But Dobbs.
But Dobbs.
Glad you could clear that up.
I had to. I'm sure there were some people out there A little confused.
1-0. Slider runs low and away. 2 balls, no strikes. For Palmera, RBI number 8 on the year. That run brought to you by Sports Stand Sporting Goods. All 3 of these runs tonight. It's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
Sports Stand has been supporting Rainbow Baseball on the radio for a long time.
2-0. High, towering pop-up. Right side behind first. It's in foul territory. First baseman reaches back, goes to the carpet, but holds on and makes the catch. What an effort by Callahan to hold on. But Hawaii does extend its lead thanks to Connor Palmera's RBI single. 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 base runner left. Scotty, I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. I look forward to a game. I hope there's a big crowd, and hopefully you can hang on to the lead.
And I hope that we get out of here at a decent hour. 3-1 Hawaii.
Too late.
3-1 Hawaii as we go to the 8th. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
The Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association is looking for skilled drywall installers, finishers, and cement plasterers. Whether you're a journeyman or an apprentice, we offer great opportunities for career growth in Hawaii's thriving construction industry. You'll enjoy benefits like health insurance, paid vacation, and a retirement plan. If you're dependable and excited about being part of a great industry, call Lisa at 808-271-4195 or go to hwcia.com. That's hwcia.com and apply.
Aloha from Waiakea. As a proud corporate sponsor of University of Hawaii Athletics, we're committed to keeping our athletes and fans hydrated with delicious volcanic water straight from the Big Island. Rooted in Hawaiian values, we believe in honoring the Aina, land, supporting our community, and living with aloha in everything we do. You can find us at most stores across the islands or learn more at waiakea.com. Live aloha, drink Waiakea.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Off to the 8th inning, Hawaii leading Wichita State 3-1, and Freddie Rodriguez's night is over. We mentioned earlier we were seeing him getting some hugs in the bullpen from some of his fellow pitchers. That was the tell that Rich Hill would call on Zachary 10 out of the Hawaii bullpen, and here he is. As this call to the bullpen is brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. 2 appearances last week, got the win on the one of those walk-off nights last weekend. He went an inning and a third in general. 10's win came on Friday. That was the opening night. It was Wade who got the win on Friday. 10 got the win in the second game on Saturday with the walk-off from Sakaino. But they like 10 in these late inning situations, and here he is to face 9-1-2 in the Wichita State order. First pitch, breaking ball, big cut and miss by Jordan Black. No balls and a strike. Black 1 for 2, singled back in the 5th. Freddie Rodriguez right now is in line for the win. 3 innings, 4 strikeouts, just 1 hit allowed. He threw 46 pitches. 0-1. Fastball, just a tad bit high and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. 10 considered one of the top 100 relief pitchers in college baseball, according to D1 Baseball. 1-1 pitch. That runs low and inside. Changeup, 2-1. Camden Johnson is on deck. Caleb Duncan in the hole. You'd rather see Camden Johnson with nobody on base. He's a good hitter. 2-1. Nice tight breaking ball right over the inner part of the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 10 can mix it up. That last one, like 77 miles an hour. Change up. It's kind of sitting right over the inner half. 2-2. Just misses. That one broke low. 10 started walking off the mound thinking he had a called third strike. That might have been just outside at 78 on the gun. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 10 waits, the pitch. That's inside. And the first walk issued by Hawaii pitching. Challenged him right off the inside corner, but that was straddling the edge of the batter's box. No doubt ball 4. Tying run comes to the plate, and that's Camden Johnson. Johnson singled in the 3rd, flied out to center his last time up. He's 1 for 3. All 3 games last weekend were multi-hit games for Johnson. Pitch to him. Holds up, fastball high and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Last year started all 60 games. Hit .326, led the team with that, led the team with stolen bases. He had 7. 1-0 is out in front of it. He bounces it foul toward the first base dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike. Spent most of his time at third base last year at 55 starts at third, 5 at short. 1-1 and the pitch. Breaking ball, poked foul at the plate. 1-2. Very clear here. 10 ahead of the count. Doesn't want to give him a fastball. He's given him 2 straight breaking balls. That last was at 73. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Right-hander 10 ready. And here's his pitch. That runs in and that hit him. That got him on his elbow. And now all of a sudden a little bit of concern. Or just maybe a bit above his elbow. But the first 2 reach base against 10 here in the 8th inning. So a walk, followed by a hit by pitch, followed by a mound visit from Rich Hill. Which, believe it or not, is just his first tonight. And he was kind of hoping he didn't have to make this one. He doesn't really have anybody ready in the bullpen, but was hoping that Zach 10 could at least get him through the 8th inning pretty cleanly, because Hawaii's bullpen has been one of the star attractions through the first 4 games and change. And even tonight, with Freddie Rodriguez out of the bullpen, Hawaii's bullpen has certainly given a quality lift. Right now, not so much the case. There is some loosening going on in the bullpen right now, although it's someone who doesn't have their jersey top showing, so we couldn't really tell you who that is here at the moment. How have we gotten to this 3-1 game? Wichita State scored in the 4th on a Josh Livingston home run. Hawaii would answer in the bottom of the 4th. Ben Ziegler-Namoa's solo home run to dead center tied it. And then a sacrifice bunt on a suicide squeeze would drive in the go-ahead run. Hawaii got some insurance in the 7th on Connor Palmera's RBI single. And that's the scoring. 3-1 Hawaii, top 8. Corner infielders coming in. Here's Caleb Duncan. 0 for 3, all strikeouts. Let's see if Duncan shows bunt. Pitch to him. He shows bunt. Pulls the bat back, and the first offering is outside. A little uncharacteristic of Hawaii pitching right now. Black is at second. Johnson at first. 1-0 to Duncan. Again shows bunt. That ball bounces in front of the opposite batter's box and gets all the way to the backstop. Everybody's going to move up on a wild pitch. That Wichita State dugout right now, they are wild. I mean, it is, 2:15 in the morning back in Wichita? I mean, they're running on pure adrenaline right now. The Hawaii crowd has gone somewhat silent. 2-0. Pitch to the plate. Fastball outside. It's 3-0. Duncan still is looking for his first hit of the season. He's 0 for 15. Liam O'Brien up and loosening. 3-0 fastball, pounding the zone. A strike, bottom 3-1. O'Brien, the flamethrower. Scott and I got to talk to him a little bit after the game on Sunday. 3-1. Fastball, poked foul right by third base coach and Wichita State head coach Brian Green. He and Rich Hill both the same. Coach at third base and manage the squad. 3-2. Big pitch from Ted. Here it is. Breaking ball high and inside, ball 4. And the bases are loaded with no one out. And Rich Hill's coming out of the dugout, and that's going to be it for 10, who could not record an out. That a bit surprising. Hawaii's bullpen, I wouldn't say has been perfect, but has been fairly stellar up to that point. 10 out. We're going to see Liam O'Brien coming in here in a moment. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by H-Camp, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. With this pitching change, we'll step aside for a minute. Hawaii 3, Wichita State 1. Bases loaded, nobody out, top of the 8th inning. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Lex Brody's Tire Company would like to say thank you very much for supporting UH. Wear your favorite UH gear into Lex Brody's and get an extra 5% off tires, brakes, and most other services on top of LexBrodys.com Super Saver coupons. You're the best fans, and Lex Brody's voted #1 in North America is the best choice for brake repairs and to purchase tires. Please visit LexBrodys.com for additional details and to set an online appointment.
Thank you very much.
Tire Company.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's long-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Visit LexBrodys.com for the best tire value on Oahu. Thank you very much.
You won't get it anywhere else. Lex Brody's Tire Company.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Well, Zachary 10 with what I think a lot of people would believe would be a rare off performance for him. 2 walks, a wild pitch. Did not record an out. Also had a hit batter. And he gives way to Liam O'Brien in the top of the 8th inning. O'Brien, who came over from Gonzaga, has so far been as advertised. 3 innings pitched over 2 appearances. He's got a very live arm, can hit mid-90s. They don't call him the flamethrower for nothing, or the fireballer. They don't call him that for nothing. Struck out 4 in his 2 appearances last week. The challenge here, you got a 2-run cushion, but you've got to face 3, 4, and 5 in the order with no one out. And I think we're going to see a defensive change too. It looks like Cooney's coming out of the game. Ben Ziegler-Namoa is going to move over to first base. And we'll see a new left fielder. Kamana Nahaku is into the game in left field. So right now, if there's a time to push buttons, now is the time to do it. So Nahaku comes in Cooney's spot in the order, which is the 8 hole. We'll reset the defense here for you in a moment. As here's Gustafson. Left-handed hitter, bases loaded, and he takes the first pitch fastball away outside, ball one. What they always say with Fireballer, big thing is he's got to locate. 1-0. Fastball, roller towards short. Iquez has it. Flips to second for one. On to first. Double play. That's big. Black does score from third. It's a run without an RBI. Wichita State does cut the deficit in half. It's now 3-2. But now the tying run at third base with 2 out for Jordan Rogers. Can't totally breathe a sigh of relief. But that does take a little bit of weight off your shoulders. We will see Rich Hill coming out here as there is a pinch hitter for Rogers. It is Lane Hayworth. And I think I thought I saw that Rich Hill wanted to walk him. And then once they found out it was a pinch hitter, he decided not to. So Lane Hayworth, left-handed hitter, will pinch hit for Rogers. And that's down and away, rolls up the first base line, and is going to score the tying run. A wild pitch thrown from O'Brien goes off the inside of the left foot of Palmera. The catcher goes the opposite way, and it's a brand new game. We are tied at 3. That kills. Johnson scores from third base, and now the bases are empty. A 1-0 count, pitch, down and away, and that got away from Palmera. 2-0. So Wichita State has tied it here with 2 in the 8th inning. 2 balls, no strikes. O'Brien, long pause, his pitch. Fastball, gets the outside corner, strike 1. Those runs all charged to Zach Ten, who kind of entered himself into the mess. 2 runs, 1 of them earned on Ten's line. 2-1. That's down and away, 3-1. Phil for Freddie Rodriguez, he was in line for a win. And then 10 and now O'Brien have squandered that away. 3-1. O'Brien's pitch. Fastball, that's outside and high. So Hayworth reaches base on the 3rd walk in the inning from Hawaii pitching. And that will bring up Josh Livingston. You can see a little bit of the frustration on Rich Hill. He was a couple of steps outside of the dugout. This one just getting away from his pitching staff here. And time is called, and they're going to warn O'Brien to engage with the hitter. It's clearly been a point of emphasis here, and both teams have had equal warnings when it's happened. Livingston waits. O'Brien's pitch, a fastball up and outside. Livingston homered to right back in the 4th inning, 1 for 3. Not a big lead off of first for the runner there. 1-0. That runs inside. Looked like a changeup just missing. 2 balls, no strikes. Hayworth, the runner at first, does not have a stolen base attempt this year. The 2-0. Fastball away, 3-0. I believe that is Isaiah Magdaleno, who is up and loosening in the Hawaii bullpen. O'Brien ready. 3-0. Fastball. That's a belt high strike. 3-1. I would imagine if O'Brien can't get this out, Rich Hill may have no choice but to turn to Magdaleno. Three-1. That runs inside. That hit him. That came in and got him on the arm, it looked like. And O'Brien not able to find the strike zone. That one actually got him on his side, on his right side, just above his waist. Second hit batter in the inning. So Hayworth over to second. Livingston at first. And here comes Rich Hill one more time. Magdaleno continuing to throw in the bullpen. Coach Hill with a question for home plate umpire Jeff Clough. And now he will call everybody over toward the pitcher's mound. Not sure if he wants to give Magdaleno a little more time. But right now, no signal for a pitching change just yet. This is just uncharacteristic. Either that or it's just we haven't seen it yet. But Zach Ten and Liam O'Brien both faltering out of the bullpen. 10, walk, hit by a pitch, walk. O'Brien came in, got the double play. A run would come in off of it. Looked like, all right, well, maybe the exit is near, but then he threw a wild pitch that brought in the tying run and then has since walked and hit another batter. And a little surprised Hill. Rich Hill here is going to stay with O'Brien. And this will be Cam Durnin to face him. Durnin doubled in the fourth, struck out his last time up in the seventh against Freddie Rodriguez. 3-3 game, top of the eighth inning. O'Brien's pitch. That bounces in front of home plate. Palmera can't find it. It's up the third base line. Everybody moves up on yet another wild pitch. That didn't even get close to home plate. Just spiked off the carpet, and I think that might have hit Palmera's mask. This inning has gotten away from Hawaii pitching. Nowhere. Well, first base is open. Counts at 1-0. O'Brien sets below the belt. And his pitch. Fastball. This is driven out to right, but playable for Quant. He's right there, makes the catch, and that ends the inning, which could have gone so much worse. Hawaii pitching given a lot of gifts in the eighth inning. 2 runs come in without the benefit of a hit. No errors. 2 runners left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the eighth inning. It's a brand new game. 3-3 between Wichita State and Hawaii. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
How do you get 100% of your work done when you're 40% short-staffed? Across Hawaii, city and state departments grapple with thousands of vacant positions. And with fewer workers, that means longer lines at the DMV, delayed building permits, and slowdowns in essential services. The government could resolve this by offering more competitive wages and benefits. For you, we hope they do. A message brought to you by HGEA, because Hawaii works best when we do.
Hardware Hawaii. Customer first in Kailua.
Hi, this is Eddie. I'm the lead lumber for Hardware Hawaii, Kailua. I like helping customers find what they need. It's not like another stranger just shopping here. My customers are like my friends, and then I just help them all, and I feel good. and it just makes my day. We're out here in the lumberyard ready to serve you.
Hardware Hawaii. Customer first in Kailua.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Wichita State will throw out its fifth pitcher of the evening, and it is Carson Richard, a right-handed junior, 6'4", 225 pounds from Little Rock, Arkansas. Richard in Jack Mount's short evening is over. Mount out of the bullpen. A third of an inning, allowed a hit. That's all. Through just 7 pitches. It's gone Arnett, who got the start, a career best 4 2/3 innings. J.C. Dermody, 2/3 of an inning with 2 walks. Tyler Dobbs, an inning and a third, allowed a run on a hit. Mount got 1 out, gave up a hit. And now it's Richard, who makes his 3rd appearance of the season. Richard, an inning and a third of work for the redshirt junior against McNeese. 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, and a hit. It was 3-1 up until Hawaii's bullpen handed a couple of runs to Wichita State a short time ago. And Richard will face 2, 3, and 4 in the Hawaii batting order. Hayworth, by the way, stays in the game to play right field. We'll reset all of the defensive changes when we have a moment. Here's Shinsuke Sakaino, doubled and walked. He is 1 for 2 tonight. The Big West Player of the Week is Sakaino. Corner infielders pinch in. First pitch to Sakaino is a slider left up in the zone and is a called strike. Elijah Iquez, Ben Ziegler, Namoa to follow. 0-1. Here's the offering. Fastball high and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wichita State will go with its regular rotation of guys tomorrow. Their, for now, Friday night guy, Brady Hamilton. 1-1. A slider for a strike right over the middle of the plate. 1-2 to Sakaino. Hamilton will go tomorrow night. Saturday starter is going to be Grant Adler. Jace Miner will pitch Sunday. The 1-2. Fastball is low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Elijah Iquez is next. Ben Ziegler Namoa will follow. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Richard ready, the right-hander, hands chest high. He delivers. A fastball, check swing. Did he go? No. According to third base umpire Rob McKinley. That's a good pitch that Sakaino just held off on. Just above the zone at 94 miles an hour. Count full now, 3-2 to Sakaino. Richard's pitch. Fastball hit the opposite way to third. Knocked down by the third baseman. Picks it up, fires across to first, and it's off the first baseman's glove into right field. Sakaino's in trouble. Caught off the bag at first. They've got him in a rundown between first and second. Shortstop's got it. Sakaino runs out of the base paths. He's tagged out, and there's out number 1. It's going to be an error that would have gotten Sakaino to first base. And then he got greedy. That ball got into right field, and I think Sakaino didn't think it went where it did. That led him off of first base. He made the turn, and he was a dead duck after that. It's going to be an E5, and then he's out. If you want to score this at home, he goes 9-3-6 for the out. Pitch high and away, ball 1 to Elijah Iquez. Iquez 0 for 3. Flied out to center his last time. He's popped up to second, and he is struck out. 3-3 game, bottom 8. As we are nearing the 3-hour mark. 1-0. Fastball low and inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Wichita State has not played a game under 3 hours this year. But nowadays in college baseball, not a lot of teams play games under 3 hours anyway. College baseball's gotten longer. Major League Baseball's gotten shorter. 2-0 fastball misses the outside corner. It's 3-0 to Iquez. This is the sport where the pitch clock hasn't really done anything, I guess. 3-0 to Iquez. And that fastball taken all the way for strike one on the inner half. And Richard throws gas. Saw him hit 94 on the gun a short time ago. That last one also hit 94. 3-1. Fastball. Iquez spoils it out of play. Back to the right side. That's foul. And it's 3-2. Defense here for Wichita State from left to right. Gustafson, Duncan, Hayworth, left to right. Third to first, Black, Johnson, Livingston, Callahan. Dillon behind the plate for the 5th pitcher of the evening for Wichita State in Carson Richard. Here's the 3-2 to Iquez. Fastball, check swing, it is low. And the go-ahead run now on base on a full count walk. That will bring Ben Ziegler-Namoa to the plate. Walked in the first, a solo home run in the 4th, and then walked again in the 6th. Don't really have any action going on in the Wichita State bullpen, so just kind of hoping Richard can hang on tight here for a little bit. There is a righty just kind of lightly loosening. Decent lead off of first for Iquez. Here's the pitch to the plate. Fastball driven in the air to center field. Moving back Duncan, but he's going to settle shy of the track and makes the catch for out number 2. Got a little excited there because Ziegler-Namoa's home run was to dead center field back in the 4th inning. So we've seen a little bit of carry, although the flags on the flag poles are napping. So there really is no wind to carry things out. 2 away. It's Sage Lancaster, who came on as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning and grounded into an inning-ending double play. Back here for another plate appearance. First pitch to Lancaster is a check swing, a called strike at the knees. 0-1 to Lancaster. 263 hitter. He is 5 for 19. Has struck out 6 times. That's the most on the team. And has driven in 3 runs. 0-1 to the Hilo native Lancaster. The pitch. Runner goes. Breaking ball. Misses low. And Iquez will steal second without a challenge. So just like that, Hawaii has the go-ahead run in scoring position. That was a good pitch to go on. That was a curveball tailing low, and it helped with Lancaster that he just kind of checked his swing, got the bat right in front there. Would have made it real difficult for the catcher, Dillon. 0-2. And the pitch. Fastball driven in the air, shallow right, heading toward the foul line. Racing over the right fielder, makes the catch in fair territory, and that's going to end the inning. Sakino reached on the air, but he got greedy. Iquez walked, but was stranded in scoring position. No runs, no hits, 1 error, the 4th of the night for Wichita State, and 1 runner left on base. We'll head to the 9th. We're tied at 3. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Did you know that 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a new battery this year? Don't wait till it's too late to do something about it. Test your battery regularly, and if you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for every make and model on the road. So don't wait until your car won't start or you're stranded on the side of the road. Test your battery today or find the replacement you need at Napa locations nationwide, because it's our mission to keep you moving. Napa! Give your engine the attention it deserves with the advanced formulation of Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It delivers faster oil flow for superior temperature protection in the harshest conditions. Defends against sludge and buildup while keeping your engine running cleaner, longer. And improves fuel efficiency by reducing friction, helping you stay at peak performance mile after mile. Try Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil today. Available now at Napa locations nationwide. Napa!
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu. Brought to you by Ushijima Architects.
Out for inning number 9 here from Manoa. We are tied at 3 between Wichita State and Hawaii. We have crossed the 3-hour mark in what has been, I don't know that I'd say entertaining. It's been a little sloppy. We've had all sorts of things tonight. But we get to what's at times been kind of a familiar spot. A tied game in the 9th inning. Hawaii's got 2 walk-off wins this year. As we'll have a new catcher that is Hunter Faldo, I think, who is catching. So Palmera comes out of the game. And that in-game adjustment is brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company, where your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. So Hawaii's defensive alignment now, Kamana Nahaku in left, Matt Miura in center, Jared Quant in right, Draven Nushida at third, Elijah Iquez at short, Shunsuke Sakaino at second, Ben Ziegler Namoa's at first. It's Faldo now behind the plate, and Liam O'Brien remains in the game and will face Ryan Callahan, who's 0 for 3, grounded out to short his last time, and there is a strike to open up this at-bat, 0-1 to Callahan. A little surprised to see O'Brien back out, given how wild he was around the strike zone back in the 8th inning. 0-1. This is hit hard out of play to the left. No balls and 2 strikes. Isaiah Magdaleno is back up and loosening in the bullpen. It's going to be Callahan, Dillon, Black. 7, 8, and 9 in the Wichita State order. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That's a curveball in the carpet, picked up by Faldo. They'll throw over to first and record out number 1. So drop third strike, 2-3 on the putout, and there is O'Brien's first K. And Cole Dillon will step in. Hawaii in the 9th. Quant, Nushida, Nahaku. As it stands, it would be against Carson Richard. You got a guy just kind of lightly tossing out there, but I'm not sure what they're thinking when it comes to the 9th inning and whether the score plays a part in what they do. First pitch fastball high to Dillon, ball 1. Singled in the 3rd, struck out looking in the 5th, and grounded out in the 7th. 1-0. Pitch. Fastball ripped up the third base line, but that's foul. 1-1 the count. Just 2 Big West games, or games involving Big West teams tonight. BYU winning at CSUN 19-3. We have a lot more action coming up tomorrow. 1-1. Here's the offering. Slider misses up and in. Crowd thought that was in there. It's 2-1. Looking back at that, that's up and in. That's a mid-80s slider. Just looked like a good pitch, but it started off the plate and stayed off the plate. 2-1. Fastball, foul tipped into and out of Faldo's glove. 2 balls and 2 strikes. UC Irvine is at Texas Tech tomorrow. UC Santa Barbara, who's ranked 21st in the D1 baseball poll, is at Seattle, is playing Seattle U in La Jolla. Pitch. Slider misses up and in. 3 balls, 2 strikes. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the Tony Gwynn Legacy event going on there. 3-2. Here's the pitch. Fastball. That's a liner right into the seats. A few fans running after it in section FF. It's a late night. Credit to the fans that have stayed around. Started at 7:35 because of the equipment delay. And this is baseball after dark. 3-2. Fastball. This is ripped out toward left center field. Miura on the run. Reaches out. He makes the catch in the alley for out number 2. Matt Miura's got speed. He tracked that immediately and made the play for the second out. Jordan Blacknell, who walked in the 8th and scored, singled in the 5th, popped up to short. Black is 0 for 2. 3-3 game, top of the 9th. That's why if you're tuning in, you're thinking there's baseball going on? Yeah, it's because we started at 7:39 tonight. As Wichita State was dealing with equipment issues. Here's a 2-hopper to short. Backpedaling is Iquez. Backhands it. Throws it to first. They get the out. And that ends the inning. A 1-2-3 ninth for Liam O'Brien. A much better ninth than the 8th that he came in and struggled with. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. It will be Quant, Nushida, and Nahaku in a 3-3 game. Wichita State and Hawaii both looking for a 3rd walk-off on the season. We'll see if they can pull it off next. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Ukea Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAND. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
Locally owned, quality, real turf grass, commercial or residential. Southern Turf Hawaii has provided the very best sod and grass in Hawaii for nearly 20 years. With more than 12 varieties of top quality sod, our team of experts can help you choose the turf grass variety to fit your specific needs. We have 2 convenient locations to serve you, one in Mililani and the other in Kona on the Big Island. Visit southernturfhawaii.com and on Facebook. Southern Turf Hawaii, we are real turf.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Bottom of inning number 9, a 3-3 game between Wichita State and Hawaii. Carson Richard is back out for the Shockers, and he will face Quant, Nushida, and Nahaku. Hawaii had their runs, 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 7th. This game got tied in the 8th, with Wichita State taking advantage of the bases loaded. Got a run in on a double play, and then the tying run came in on a wild pitch thrown by Liam O'Brien. Well, Richard in a pretty big leverage spot here. Trying to send this one to extra innings, which Hawaii has not been this year. So Quant first. Flied out to left in the 2nd. Had that suicide squeeze sacrifice bunt in the 4th. Lined out to short in the 7th. Quant is 0 for 2. Hitting from the left side, the switch hitter waits and takes a curveball low and in. 1 ball and no strikes from Richard. There is a right-hander up and loosening in the Wichita State bullpen. Try to identify him when we can. 1-0 to Quan. Fastball line that is going to be caught out of the air by the shortstop, Johnson. That is his second or third highlight play, and he just tracked that looping liner, backpedaled a few steps, leaped up in the air, and made another sensational catch. 1 down. That's his second. He's had a diving catch, a leaping catch. He started a fantastic double play back in the 6th inning. Camden Johnson has been a treat to watch tonight here for Wichita State. 1 down for Draven Nushida. And the pitch to the left-handed hitter is low and in, ball 1. Nushida knows what it's like to walk things off because he did that last Friday, 1-0. Takes a breaking ball over the inside half, 1-1. All you really want from him is get on base. You're not asking for a lot. 1-1. That looked like a slider missing high. 2 balls and a strike. So Carson pitched that opening day game against McNeese, walked 1, got 1 out, and then on Sunday pitched an inning, gave up a hit, walked 2, but struck out 3. 2-1 fastball, got the inside corner. It's 2-2. Kamana Nahaku is on deck. He came in as a defensive replacement in the last half inning. 2-2. That bounces inside the left-hand batter's box and misses Nushida's feet. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Richard last year was at Crowder College. Spent a couple of years there. Part of the NJCAA World Series squad there. That's the Junior College Athletic Association. Full count pitch. Fastball, and Nushida spoils it out of play to the left. He was 3-2 with a 3.22 earned run average and had 10 career saves there at Crowder College. Josh Livingston, the second baseman, was there. A couple of other current Wichita State players were also on his team there at Crowder. 3-2. Fastball, line back foul by Nushida, putting together a good at bat. Still 3-2. Crowd of over 1,500 started tonight. Maybe we're closer to 1,000. Insomniacs unite. 3-2. Fastball, and Nushida drills that one foul to the left. I feel for our friend Kanoa Leahy next door in the television booth because they've got a morning show tomorrow. 7 to 9, Kanoa and Billy on Let's Talk Sports. I'm supposed to be on with Gary Dickman tomorrow morning at 6:35. Just a heads up in case I don't answer the phone at 6:35. You might know why. 3-2. Fastball is high, and the winning run's on base here in the 9th. Great at bat by Nushida. That was a 9-pitch at bat. Took a fastball out of the zone. And let's see, it looks like Nahaku's going to be pinch hit for. You'd think they'd go potentially left-handed hitter here against the righty. Let's see. It is going to be Jack Salmon, who bats left, throws right. So they'll play matchups here. Salmon pinch hitting for Nahaku. This in-game adjustment brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company. Wear your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. And time is called, and out comes pitching coach Anthony Claggett for Wichita State. Game's been shipped now. You've got a righty up and loosening in the Shocker bullpen, and that's going to be the call. So Wichita State will go to its bullpen one more time, calling on its 6th pitcher of this game. And we'll tell you who that is coming up in just a moment. So with this pitching change, we'll step aside for a minute. Hawaii's got the winning run at first base with 1 out. Shockers 3, Rainbow Warriors 3, bottom of the 9th inning. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Tune in before every University of Hawaii baseball game for the Rich Hill Show. We'll talk to the 4th-year head coach about the previous and upcoming game, pitching matchups, and highlight some key players. The Rich Hill Show, presented by the Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association.
The biggest games and biggest moments in NCAA basketball are on Westwood One.
Left side drives the baseline all the way to the bucket for a 2-hand slam.
The countdown to March Madness starts now. During the final month of the regular season, Westwood One has marquee matchups to get you set for the big dance. If it's NCAA basketball, it's right here.
On ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM and 1420 AM. Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
We're tied at 3 as we're in the bottom of the 9th inning, and the 6th pitcher for Wichita State is Nick Potter. Potter, a right-hander out of Greenwood, Missouri. Also one of those guys from Crowder Community College. We'll tell you a little bit more about him in just a moment, but while we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. You are listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
Your official radio home of University of Hawaii Sports is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
Josh Pacheco, Scott Robbs, Nick Potter got a save, 2/3 of an inning with a couple of strikeouts last Sunday against McNeese. He wants to send this into the 10th inning. As Wichita State and Hawaii are even at 3. Scott will rejoin me tomorrow night. He is downstairs with Cole Cabrera and Sam Spangler getting ready for the post-game report. By the way, thank goodness for Sam Spangler to have a day off tomorrow. Can't imagine being on the air at 4:30 in the morning after being here right about now as we are climbing in toward 11 o'clock. So Salmon is going to hit. It's just another righty that they throw out here with Potter. So Salmon, left-handed hitter, 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Winning run is at first. That's Nushida, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Salmon, big swing and a miss. Fastball over the outside corner, strike 1. Good location. At 95 miles an hour. Nushida already has a stolen base. He later scored. 0-1. Swing and a miss again. Fastball, same spot, probably also around 95. It's 0-2. So you're seeing save-type stuff from Potter. That one was 96 on the radar gun. So Potter's not wasting any time or energy. 0-2. Fastball up and away. That time Salmon takes a look at it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hawaii trying to get to 5-0. Wichita State looking for its 2nd consecutive win. And it's such a tightly contested series between these two teams. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Runner going. Here's the throw to short. The tag on Nushida. He is No signal. He's out. Rich Hill wants a replay review. There was no signal for a moment because I think the umpire was wondering if there was any kind of interference call. The umpire just looked down, didn't signal anything, and then after a couple of seconds put his arm up to say he's out. But the umpires are going to get together here. Rich Hill wants a review, and that means Wichita State's defense is going to have to stay out on the field. That was a pretty gutsy decision to have him run on 2 strikes, I thought. And that was a good throw. Nushida thinks he beat it. So for now, we just kind of sit and wait. We're either going to the 10th inning or this inning continues. The ball high hops. Oh, he's out. He got tagged on the helmet before his hand hit the base. If I saw that replay correct, this should not take long. Nushida got hit. The glove hit him right on the front bill of the helmet. I'm not sure what Nushida exactly saw, if he thought he was safe. Unless there is another view that would tell us something better. He looked there like he was out. We're going to watch the television replay. The ball hopped toward the middle infielder. Tag came down. Yeah, that tag hit him like right at the front of his helmet. That was not close. But I'm also, I don't know if you can review anything else. Well, here come the umpires, and I've got to think this isn't going to take long. Jeff Clough, the home plate umpire, is going to lead this review. Points to second, says he's out, as expected. And we will go to extra innings for the first time this year for both of these teams. We'll head to the 10th inning. We're tied at 3. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
The Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association is looking for skilled drywall installers, finishers, and cement plasterers. Whether you're a journeyman or an apprentice, we offer great opportunities for career growth in Hawaii's thriving construction industry. You'll enjoy benefits like health insurance, paid vacation, and a retirement plan. If you're dependable and excited about being part of a great industry, call Lisa at 808-271-4195 or go to hwcia.com. That's hwcia.com and apply.
NBA Sunday on ESPN Radio. Heated rivals go head-to-head at TD Garden.
Tatum off the bounce for 3. Bottom 36 for Tatum.
Sitting in second and third in the Eastern Conference, the Boston Celtics and New York Knicks face off in a critical clash.
Brunson, crossover to his right, gets contact and knocks down the deep 2.
The Knicks at the Celtics.
On ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM at 1420 AM. Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Well, for the first time, Hawaii and Wichita State reaching extra innings as the Bows will go to the bullpen and call on Isaiah Magdaleno, the right-hander. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. Magdaleno, the righty sophomore from Los Angeles, California. Makes me wonder, what are you doing to stay up tonight on this Thursday? I went upstairs just above us during the last half inning, grabbed myself an extra bottle of Coke. It could be one of those nights to just try to keep you caffeinated and going. Magdaleno last year, 1-2 with a save, a 7.61 earned run average in 23 2/3 innings. This year for Magdaleno, this is his second appearance, went 3 1/3 innings on opening night against Marshall, allowed 2 runs, one of them earned on 2 hits with 5 strikeouts. Good did Magdaleno. So Salmon stays in the game to play in left. And stepping in to start the 10th is Camden Johnson. And he reaches for the first pitch, flares it shallow left. Iquez races out. He makes the catch. That's a great play as Iquez was tracking that, looking at it the entire way as he was kind of running to his side. And he makes the catch to retire his opposite shortstop. One away here in inning number 10. And that will bring up Caleb Duncan, who walked his last time up, struck out his 3 previous times. Duncan 0 for 15 on the season thus far. And the pitch, a fastball over the inside half, strike 1. Looking over at the Hawaii third baseman, Nushida, kind of creeping in, looking for a potential bunt. Fastball right at the bottom of the zone, strike 2. Just because Duncan's just not been a threat to get on base, swinging the bat. It's not a bad idea to creep in case he tries to drop something down. 0-2. Fastball off the end of the bat, roller to second. Sakino gobbles it up, throws to Ziegler Namoa at first to record the second out. 2 away, nobody on. Top of the 10th, we're tied at 3. And Jaden Gustafson will step in. Grounded into a double play that did bring in a run in the 8th inning. Gustafson is 0 for 4. Got a great internal email a short time ago reminding me that I'm going to be on the Gary Dickman Experience tomorrow at 6:35 in the morning. Pitch to Gustafson, swing, and this one fouled into the seats left side. In Section H, a reminder to those that are here to stay awake. We have had a foul ball that lined right into one of those little like lamp kind of lights that this ball is ripped deep out to right field. Back at the track near the wall. Quant leaps. It's off the top of the wall. Rounding second is Gustafson. He's heading for third. He will get there with a 2-out triple. Some power shown by Wichita State, and the go-ahead run with 2 out is now 90 feet away. Gustafson missed that maybe by about 3 to 4 feet. And Lane Hayworth will step in. Hayworth walked his last time. Yeah, we got the alert. I'm on the radio at 6:35, according to Gary Dickman. He said, if the UH game ends in time. Hayworth still looking for his first hit. 3-3, top of the 10th. Pitch. Fastball, a called strike on the outer half, 0-1. For Gustafson, by the way, his first 3-bagger of the year. Magdaleno hitting 90 on the gun, 0-1. Another fastball, big cut and a miss. Hayworth down to a knee on the swing, it's 0-2. Gustafson at third on the triple with 2 away. Left fielder Salmon playing very shallow. Pitch, fastball, strike 3 called, and he's down looking. Magdaleno gave up the triple, but that's it. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. So we'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Faldo, Miura, Sakino against the Wichita State bullpen. We're tied at 3. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
The Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association is looking for skilled drywall installers, finishers, and cement plasterers. Whether you're a journeyman or an apprentice, we offer great opportunities for career growth in Hawaii's thriving construction industry. You'll enjoy benefits like health insurance, paid vacation, and a retirement plan. If you're dependable and excited about being part of a great industry, call Lisa at 808-271-4195 or go to hwcia.com. That's hwcia.com and apply.
The biggest games and biggest moments in NCAA basketball are on Westwood One.
Left side drives the baseline all the way to the bucket for a 2-hand slam.
Every week, tune in as the best teams in the country square off. During the final month of the regular season, Westwood One has marquee matchups to get you set for the big dance. If it's NCAA basketball, it's right here.
On ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM and 1420 AM. Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
3-3 Wichita State and Hawaii. Bottom of the 10th inning. Hawaii will throw out Faldo, Miura, and Sakaino against Nick Potter, who's got a mid-90s fastball that he's willing to run at you. And Potter's going to come back out here for the bottom of the 10th inning. We asked you, by the way, a short time ago, you can reach me on X at Josh on the radio. What are you doing to keep yourself awake? And Brandon said, hey, been up since 5 a.m. See, Brandon just takes it, though, for everyone because Brandon's a trooper. We know Brandon. Great dude. I'll read the tweet in a moment. First pitch fastball right down the middle for a strike. 0-1. Been up since 5 a.m. Had my infusion at the cancer center all day. Got home at 5:30 and was ready for UH baseball. Nobody can touch what Brandon's done to be ready for UH baseball today. We appreciate you, sir. Pitch swung on and missed, strike 2. 0-2 to Faldo. Faldo came on as a defensive replacement in the 9th inning. 0-2. Off the end of the bat, that's fouled back. Connor Palmera started the game behind the plate, went 1 for 3 with an RBI. Counts at 0-2. And the offering. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Down goes Faldo for out number 1. Top of the order now for Matt Miura. 1 for 4. Singled in the 5th inning, but was caught stealing. Last time up in the 7th, fouled out to the first baseman. 3 runs, 6 hits, 4 Wichita State errors. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Hawaii. Miura waits for the pitch from Potter. Here it comes. It's a bit high, ball 1. We've not had a lot of offense. I'd almost say we've been a little surprised to see how good the pitching has been. And then I'd say we'd be a little surprised to see how bad Hawaii's bullpen was to a degree. Next pitch. That's a changeup right at the bottom of the zone, strike 2. Or strike 1, I beg your pardon. 1 ball, 1 strike. 82 miles an hour. It's actually a slider with some good sharp movement. 1-1. That's low and away, and it gets away from his catcher. 2 balls and 1 strike. The difference, the 2 runs scored in the top of the 8th inning. 1 on a double play. The tying run came in on a wild pitch when Hawaii's bullpen was all out of sorts. 2 balls and a strike to Miura. And the pitcher will step off here for a moment, but the clock didn't reset. Timer hitting zeros. Nobody's seen it. Now the third base umpire does, and will call a pitch clock violation on the pitcher. That's the second time that has happened where pitcher stepped off the rubber, never asked for time. Clock doesn't reset just because you step off the rubber. You have to be granted time, and it wasn't there. 3-1. Fastball. That's high and away, ball 4. And the winning run is on base with 1 out. And Shinsuke Sakaino steps in. Doubled in the first. Fouled out to left in the 3rd. Walked in the 6th. Reached on an error in the 8th inning. Sakaino had the walk-off win last Saturday in that 9-inning game, and out is pitching coach Anthony Claggett. And I do see a lefty and a righty both throwing in the Wichita State bullpen. Well, I don't know how ready any of them are. But when you got someone like Miura on base who can steal bases, although, as we said, he got caught stealing once today, with one out, a clutch hitter and potential like Sakino, that you want to be ready for anything here. And Potter's been fine. Has struck out 2 since coming into the game. Has walked 1 in an inning. So meeting over, no move made. But I think also Claggett telling the home plate umpire that, hey, I got a lefty and a righty, so my move will be dependent on who I'm going to. So I think just giving him a courtesy there. So here's Sakino. Miura, decent-sized lead off of first. He is the winning run with 1 out of the 10th. Sakino takes a slider low. 1 ball, no strikes. That walk, huge. And we have to remember one of those balls on a pitch clock violation. 1-0. Fastball runs low and in, rolls away from the catcher. Miura is not sure where it was, and he's out of stay put. Better to be safe than sorry in that situation, but he didn't realize that ball rolled behind the catcher maybe a good 10 to 12 feet. But because he didn't see it, he decided to play it safe and stay at first base. 2 balls and no strikes. Potter will snap one over to first, and Miura's back there. We've seen 4 errors on Wichita State. 3 of them have been on pickoff attempts. So anytime you see one of those happen, you'll wince a little bit, because that has led to problems in this game. Runner goes, pitches a chopper past the mound. Second baseman has it. His only play is to first, and he gets it there in time for out number 2. But Miura does get over to second on the ground ball out. And that will bring up Elijah Iquez. So good move to have Miura on the run. So it avoids what really was a double play ball. And out is Brian Green. We're going to see a substitution in left field. That's Gannon Snyder, who's out in left. That's one of those rare mid-inning defensive changes. So Snyder in for Gustafson, and you got to think part of that, as Rachil's checking on the scoring card himself, you got to think part of that is Snyder must have a better arm than Gustafson does. That if there is a play that needs to be made at the plate, that Snyder's arm maybe can get a throw there, maybe make a play, and time is called as they want to reroute some signals through PitchCom, it looks like, back to the catcher. Miura at second, 2 away, bottom 10. We're tied at 3. Pitch. That bounces behind the catcher and gets to the backstop. Miura is going to get all the way to third, and the winning run is 90 feet away. At this point, it doesn't matter who's in left field. If Potter can't get the ball cleanly to the plate, Hawaii can win without one getting out there. Vocal late-night crowd here at 11:19 at night. 1-0 to Iquez. Potter's pitch. Swing and a line back foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Potter did put that one over the plate. He didn't cheat Iquez. That was a fastball outer half at 90. But that is noteworthy. I mean, he was throwing mid-90s, or Richard was. Potter, that fastball's ticked down just a tad. 1-1. Fastball right on the inside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well-located pitch. That one hitting at 92. 1-2, the pitch. Fastball up and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. If this gets to the 11th, Livingston, Durnan, Callahan for Wichita State. And we'll see if Magdaleno would come back out. That's if this gets to the 11th. 2-2. Swing, softly hit left side. Past the third baseman. Shortstop can't handle it. Everybody's safe. And Hawaii walks it off again. Iquez, the softly hit ground ball to the left side. Off the glove of Black. Johnson, the shortstop, couldn't corral it. Miura comes in to score. And Hawaii stays perfect. A 4-3 walk-off win in inning number 10. On what has been kind of a wild, wild night. Sometimes it doesn't just have to be on an exciting wall scraper or one hit through the middle of the infield, just a little bounding ball hit in the right spot. And that is what Elijah Iquez did. Iquez brings in Miura. Remember the wild pitch? That played large, because that allowed Miura to get to third base. If not for that, what you just saw would not have mattered as much. But instead, Iquez comes through, Miura scores, Hawaii wins in 10 on the walk-off infield single, 4-3 over Wichita State. We'll come back. We've got plenty more to do here in a moment. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Hey, boy, I remember growing up, we had a huge gopher problem.
Oh, but Papa, you grew up in Hawaii. We know more gophers.
That was till the good brothers at Pest Tech Hawaii came along.
Say goodbye to pesky pests with Pest Tech Hawaii, the only company in Hawaii with a certified entomologist on staff. That means you'll get expert advice on tackling your problems effectively and efficiently. Pest Tech Hawaii has the most experience and is native Hawaiian owned. And with Pest Tech Hawaii, services are guaranteed, so you can have peace of mind knowing that your home will be pest free.
Did I ever tell you about the squirrel problem we had at Eva Beach?
Request an inspection and get free estimates. Visit pthlife.com. That's pthlife.com. Or just Google Pest Tech Hawaii.
Oh, let their guys be your guys.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Hawaii improves to 5-0, and just like a couple of times last week, didn't make it easy. Hawaii wins with a walk-off infield single from Elijah Iquez, 4-3 the final over Wichita State, who falls to 1-3 on, frankly, what just was kind of a bizarre day for Wichita State. The fact that their gear wasn't here, or some of their gear wasn't here, they pushed back the game an hour to hope that some of their gear would get here. They were borrowing some of UH's bats and stuff. They had to move around some jerseys because not all the jerseys were here. I mean, this was going to be all sorts of weird. And then, of course, it got weird with some tough Hawaii bullpen work in the late innings. It got all sorts of weird going into extra innings, and then the way Hawaii would walk it off. This was not your typical Thursday night by any means. But Hawaii would get out of here with a win. Let's take you through the final numbers tonight. 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Hawaii. 3 runs, 6 hits, 4 errors for Wichita State. Those 4 errors, ultimately, they got really lucky those 4 errors didn't hurt them as much as maybe they should, because timely pitching and timely defense made a big difference, allowing Wichita State to have a chance in this game. As we roll out our stats, brought to you by Abbey Carpet and Floor. Experience the Abbey difference. Winning pitcher Isaiah Magdaleno pitched the 10th inning. A strikeout, a hit allowed. Magdaleno 1-0. The loss to Nick Potter, who falls to 0-1, got the last 2 outs in the 9th, and then the first 2 outs in the 10th before allowing the walk-off infield single. Potter, a run, a hit, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. He falls to 0-1. Time of the game, 3 hours, 42 minutes. Tickets issued, 3,080. Through the gates, a little over 1,500 here tonight. Some of the offensive numbers for Hawaii: Elijah Iquez with the RBI that would win it. Ben Ziegler-Namoa homered. Jared Quant drove in a run. Nobody paired hits for Hawaii. And for Wichita State, Josh Livingston with a home run in this game. That was the only RBI for Wichita State. Their other runs came in on a wild pitch and on a ground ball double play. You had to find ways to scratch across runs if you were both teams tonight, and that's certainly how we got to this 4-3 result. Our postgame show is brought to you by Castle Resorts and Hotels. Visit castleresorts.com. We'll come back with highlights in just a moment. Your final: Hawaii 4, Wichita State 3 in 10 innings. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Be in the know about concussions with HCAM, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. If your student athlete suffers a concussion, report it right away to avoid long-term health effects. Remove them from activity and call your doctor for more information. Take concussions seriously. Their health is more important than a game. Visit the HCAMP website for more at hawaiiconcussion.com. That's hawaiiconcussion.com.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for flooring.
Contractor's license number C19140.
When you got the hungries, go to Young's Fish Market in Honolulu. Young's Fish Market is your headquarters for an extensive menu full of local favorites. Get the Lau Lau plate, Kalua pig, or the beef stew. How about tripe stew, pipi kaula, lomi salmon, and squid luau. Get 10% off for Military Monday, Senior Tuesdays 60 and over, or every day for EMS, law enforcement, and firefighters. Just show your ID. Visit youngsfishmarket.com, home of the famous Wow Lao Lao.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
How did we get to our final score tonight? A 4-3 Hawaii win over Wichita State. Let's go through the highlights of this one. It was scoreless through the first 3, and then things would open up with a little bit of power from Wichita State. Sebastian Gonzalez pitched into the 4th inning, looked pretty good, scattered a few hits and struck out 4 innings, but with 2 out in the 4th, he would face Josh Livingston.
The 2-0, that one skied in the air down the right field line. Going into foul territory is Quant, and that one
is gone.
Does that stay fair?
That did.
Holy cow, I didn't think that was going to stay fair. It's just inside the foul line, and there you go. I was watching Quant, who went into foul territory, and he was just running by because he knew the ball was going to leave the yard, and there's a home run. Livingston puts it out over the right field wall, and it's a 1-0 shocker lead.
Yeah, gonna have to ask Jared Quant about that tomorrow, because he had just kind of gone into the corner. Initially, it looked like he thought the ball was tailing foul, and then you look at about 15 feet behind him, there's the ball landing over the fence in fair territory as a no-doubter. So either Quant was playing everybody or Quant was totally fooled, and I'd like to think it was the former rather than the latter, where Quant was just fooling everybody. Anyway, Livingston with the home run, his first of the season. Wichita State would go up 1-0. But Hawaii would come back from that in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1 out for Ben Ziegler-Namoa.
Ziegler-Namoa hits a fly ball deep out to center field. The center fielder goes back at the track at the wall. He looks up. It's out of here. Ben Ziegler-Namoa with a moonshot to center field right over the 385 sign. And it's a 1-1 ball game.
That was one of the better hit balls we've seen out to center field from Ben Ziegler-Namoa. It tied the game at 1. Itsuki Takimoto came up next. He singled, got all the way to third on a throwing error by the pitcher Jeremiah Arnett. So the next man up was Jared Quant, and he would find a way to bring Takimoto home.
2 balls, 1 strike to Quant. The pitch, it's a bunt, it's a squeeze, it's going to work. Arnett up with it, the throw to first, short hops, hanging on to it is Callahan, but coming in from third on the suicide squeeze is Takimoto on the bunt, sacrifice bunt by Quant, and it's a 2-1 Hawaii advantage now.
He can play small ball just as well as anybody. Ironically, a couple of batters after playing big ball with the home run from Ziegler-Namoa. So Hawaii had a 2-1 lead. Take that to the 8th inning because that's how it would hold. Well, Hawaii would get a run back in the 7th. They got the RBI single from Connor Palmera. It was 3-1 at that point. So take that 3-1 lead to the 8th inning, and Hawaii's bullpen would run into all sorts of trouble. Zach Ten came into the game, walked the leadoff man Jordan Black, then hit Camden Johnson. Caleb Duncan would then walk. The bases were loaded at that point. Hawaii's bullpen, which had been really, really good, all of a sudden was faltering. So the bases were loaded. Jaden Gustafson would ground into a 6-4-3 double play. That would bring Black in, however, and it made it 3-2. But shortly after that, with Liam O'Brien on the mound, who gave up that double play ground ball, O'Brien would get a little wild and it would tie it. So Lane Hayworth, left-handed hitter, will pinch hit for Rogers. And that's down and away, rolls up the first base line, and is going to score the tying run. A wild pitch thrown from O'Brien goes off the inside of the left foot of Palmera. The catcher goes the opposite way, and it's a brand new game. We are tied at 3. Camden Johnson came in to score, so it was a 3-3 game. It would stay that way. Hawaii had Wichita State was settled down in order in the 9th. Hawaii had Draven Nushida on in the 9th, but he tried to steal second with 1 out on a strikeout. He was caught stealing. It was a strike him out, throw him out double play. So we would go to extras. In the 10th, Wichita State's Jaden Gustafson tripled out to right, just narrowly missed a home run by a good 3 to 4 feet right off the midway point of the wall. Gustafson would be stranded at third as Hayworth struck out looking to end the 10th inning. So it brought us to the bottom of the 10th. Hunter Faldo struck out. Matt Miura would walk, advance to second on a ground ball out from Shunsuke Sakaino, then would go to third on a wild pitch thrown by Nick Potter. That would have Elijah Iquez